So you want me to tell you the story of my life?
Like I said, that's what I do. I interview people. I'm a collector of lives.
Welcome to Table Talk. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. This is the show where I go one-on-one with a creator, author, illustrator, publisher, or other mover and shaker in the world of tabletop games, video games, TV, movies, or any other area of the geekverse.
You followed me here, didn't you?
Yeah, I suppose I did. You seem very interesting. This is where you live?
Yes, this is my home. Welcome.
So, what do you do?
I'm a vampire.
That's something I haven't heard before.
Guests have included individuals such as Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and even the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price.
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. I haven't gotten to talk to him yet, but maybe sometime in the future. But how about Brian Colin, the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG and sculptor of the world of Revelo monster busts? Mark Tassin, the creator of the world of Italtus, head of Mechanical Muse, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. I've spoken with Jeff Engelstein, game designer and former commentator on the Dice Tower. He and I got deep into the statistics, probability, and psychological function of dice in tabletop games. Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games and crowdfunder extraordinaire. He's published many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. I've spoken with Sydney Engelstein from Indie Boards and Cards to talk about what it really takes to publish a board game in today's environment and what it would take for you to get published if you were trying to get a publisher for your board game. I've spoken with Ajit George about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and his development of the Journey Through the Radiant Citadel Dungeons & Dragons book. Let's see, who else have I spoken to?
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne, and the goddess of death.
Yes, I really appreciate her taking the time to speak with me. That was a great interview. I've also spoken with Cameron Pasha, writer and novelist who's been working in Hollywood for over 20 years. His projects have included Emmy and Golden Globe nominated Sleeper Cell, Kings, Nikita, and Roswell, New Mexico. His analysis and commentary have been very popular on YouTube. I've gotten to speak with Paul Shadow, the former network executive, who has made quite a splash here on YouTube with his reaction videos to current movies and films. He and I discussed the status of independent film and web productions online today. Brianna De Silva is a reoccurring guest on the show, and a very popular one at that. She's an author and director, and she was also the co-writer of the Cultist comedy web show that's here on the channel. She and I regularly meet to study and analyze stories. I've also gotten to speak with of the Positive Fandom channel. She's an ally in our effort to be a positive and constructive force in the geekverse. Are you ready? Have you got your drink? Are you all settled in? You might want to buckle up because it could be a wild ride. We're about to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and the geekverse through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Good evening, everyone. I'm Heath. Welcome to the office. Welcome to Table Talk. Tonight, we are going to be talking about Tombstone, which happens to be one of my favorite movies. And I have here to talk with you about Tombstone with me, Doug Burton. Hey! Welcome. It's so good to see you again.
Hey, likewise. Good to see everybody. We are prepared to do this talk. Even in the chat, you need a cowboy hat, toothpick, revolver, which of course this is a prop, and a glass of whiskey. So
that is exactly. I've got beer. I should have thought about getting whiskey tonight, but
well,
I've
beer
is
still good in saloons.
So this is one of your favorite movies as well, right?
100%, and I think it's one of the best westerns. Now, there's a lot of great westerns, but this I think is one of the best.
I agree. This is one of those examples where it's not a genre that I would typically like. I typically gravitate to. I don't like just watch a whole lot of westerns. I've got some on the watch list, but I don't typically watch a lot of westerns. But here's an example where a movie is done very well and it's outside of my typical genre. So I take a special attention when I just absolutely love a movie that's outside of like sci-fi and fantasy and that kind of thing. What is it doing and why is it doing so well that just makes me love the movie?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, I'm Gen X. So we grew up kind of you think of the Western era, you think more of like your parents, even your grandparents. Their hero is John Wayne. All those Western movies with John Wayne in the 40s and the 50s, and even that recent movie by Quentin Tarantino, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, captures the strange era of the 60s where you still had the Westerns clinging and the rise of the hippie movement coming into the 60s and that kind of changing of the guards. And then, in the early 90s, you had this weird, and even late 80s, a weird resurgence of the Western for our generation. And I think we were treated to some really good stuff. You had Silverado, Dances with Wolves, Tombstone, and Unforgiven, arguably one of the best Westerns ever made. So there's this strange resurgence in this era, and Tombstone is part of it.
All right, so let's see who's all here tonight. Who have we got with us? I realized I didn't post the Discord until a little bit later, so we took a couple of extra minutes to make sure that people got all here. So Stray is here. I'll be your Huckleberry. We were talking about fantastic lines are in this movie. It has fantastic dialogue. That, of course, being one of them. Hello, good evening, Charlie. Good evening. So good to see you. We've got Brett Hamilton here. Good evening. Robert says in vino veritas. Again.
Yes. Mr. Ringo here is an educated man.
And that's exactly what the Charlie said in the next line.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
and now I really hate him. I'm your Huckleberry. Hey, James. So as I pointed out, if I just brought up over here that we are simultaneously broadcasting to the Heath's Geekverse channel and the new dedicated Table Talk channel. So for a while, I'm broadcasting to both of them, but we're trying to get more viewership and also subscriptions over on the dedicated Table Talk channel. So I just posted that link again. It would be great if you would watch over there and subscribe, because eventually we're going to just move over to the Table Talk channel. I'm going to turn the stream on Heath's Geekverse private a little while after we finish. So I'm going to turn that private, and then it's the permanent home of this live stream will be over on the Table Talk channel. And I just want to make sure that as we're migrating, so I think in the medium to long run, getting more focused on branding is going to be very important. It's going to be much more successful, I think, in the medium to long term. But I realized in the short term, well, we're kind of in both places. So I'm just trying to let everybody know, look to the Table Talk channel. I just posted that. Let's see. We're still doing quotes over here. Yes, I love it.
Yeah, Heath and I, we were talking right before we went on, and one of the things that we were remarking on is how loaded this movie is with lines that everyone remembers. Absolutely a gold mine in terms of one-liners.
And Val Kilmer, the casting in general. I mean, the casting of this movie was amazing.
I actually did a little bit I took a little bit of time to double check, because this movie is an all-star roster of actors, mainly actors put into this movie. For one, you've got Kurt Russell, one of my favorite all-time actors, and Val Kilmer, who I agree nailed this movie, nailed this role, and created possibly one of the most iconic Western characters of all time, the Southern gentleman, maverick renegade. And he just does so well at it. You can't help, when you're watching Tombstone, to just be drawn in by Doc Holliday. He just chews up the screen in every scene that he's in, even when he's completely wasted in certain scenes. So you've got those two alone is just an impressive 1-2 punch for the movie. But you also have Hicks and Hudson from Aliens in this. You've got Bill Paxton and Michael Biehn, both return to come together in Tombstone, and they're on opposite sides this time. And you could make a case that both of those roles are iconic, probably more so for Johnny Ringo by Michael Biehn. You also have Thomas Hayden Church, who became, after this movie, kind of a pretty well-known actor. He won an Academy Award for Sideways and became one of the villains in the Spider-Man franchise. Billy Zane from Titanic. He's in this as the actor. You have Billy Bob Thornton in this movie. He's a little heavier in this. Stephen Lang, who plays Colonel Quaritch from the Avatar franchise. Sam Elliott, who also just did a new role in 1893, the spinoff of Yellowstone. You have
I don't know how you could. You can't forget Elliot. I mean, he's also a major part.
Yeah,
of
Sam Elliott. I mean, unbelievable. Charlton Heston is in this movie. This is Hooker's Ranch, and I'm Hooker. Like he got like one line and like nails it. Powers Booth, who plays Curly Bill. Jason Priestley is in this, which I found hysterical. Sherman McMasters, who he plays Yondu in Guardians of the Galaxy. And then Terry O'Quinn, which we know from Lost. And he was also in Old School as the one girl's father. But this movie is absolutely loaded with stars almost everywhere you look. And they all contribute. None of them stand out as just a cameo. Even like I said, Charlton Heston gets a one line, but you're like, okay, that guy owns a ranch. This guy's serious. So
BGD says, I remember seeing this movie as an adult with my father. He loved Westerns and we had a blast seeing it. It's a great example. The genre remains quite entertaining after all of these years.
Totally.
Yes. Zero the Blade. Good evening, Zero the Blade. So hello. I think we said James and Sable. We're gonna have to work with the hellatapes, right? Fraser, welcome. Sable says, "Where's the deck of cards, Doug?"
Oh, I've got them here somewhere. I've got multiple decks.
We should have had a deck of cards. We needed a deck of cards for the gambling element of this.
I've got multiple decks around here somewhere.
Yeah, Charlie says that the Kurt Russell ended up directing a lot of the movie. Isn't that? I think I did read some of that he stepped in to add director's element to this, I believe.
Interesting. Yeah, because the movie is actually constructed unusually.
It is from a structural
and we can get into it, but so I'd be curious to see what he contributed to this, because although it has an odd construction and some strange filmmaking choices, it works. It's a classic. Everyone knows Tombstone. Everyone knows all the lines. So they did a lot more right. And in fact, they kind of nailed it with this one. So as unusual as it is, it works. And Sable points out, when I was talking about the roster of all stars, Dana Delaney, who plays Josephine Marcus, the love interest, she's also recently shown up as a major character in Tulsa King by Taylor Sheridan with Sylvester Stallone. So she plays Margaret, who's she's a consistent character throughout the whole TV show.
James says he's drinking water in a dirty glass. Well, that'll count. That's fine. All right. Hey, PH, good to see you.
Awesome.
Well, Zero the Blade, if you're going to watch one Western, I would say this is a good one to watch. I would say this is the one to watch.
You can't go wrong with Tombstone. There's some classic Westerns. That might be one of my family members.
I know, that's what I say. Hello, YouTube user. I think we know who we are. That's right.
And this hat, by the way, came from Arizona. Wait, no, I'm sorry. It came from New Mexico. I apologize.
Okay. Well, do you want to say just for a moment? I brought up Faraway Bird, and I'll put that
briefly.
Here.
I'm Doug Burton. I'm an author. I wrote a historical fiction book called Faraway Bird. It's actually about a Byzantine empress in the 6th century. The book did well. It won several awards, and I'm currently writing book 2, and that is coming along excellent. I'm really happy with the progress there. And also, I'm about to come out with, in February of 2024, a nonfiction book that we've discussed here on Heath's Geekverse multiple times called The Heroine's Labyrinth. And it proposes an archetypal monomyth that follows heroines, and it's distinct from the hero's journey, and yet it still forms a narrative arc. So very excited about this book, and it comes out soon.
So this is what I think I was remembering. Charlie says that the original director left and Kurt Russell took over in secret.
Oh, that's interesting.
Let me see.
Wow, Wyatt Earp steps in.
Val Kilmer says Kurt Russell essentially directed Tombstone.
Oh, wow. That's weird. He doesn't get credit for it.
Yeah. So that's what I thought. In a lengthy blog entry Thursday, Kilmer made it plain and clear Kurt is solely responsible for Tombstone's success, no question. So initially, the late screenwriter Kevin Jarre was set to direct the picture, but he was replaced a month into production after, the story goes. He became overwhelmed in the duty and fell behind schedule. Jarre was replaced by the late George P. Cosmatos, who had hit the ground running.
Okay.
But that it was I was there every minute. And although Kurt's vision differs slightly from mine, the one thing he's totally correct about is how hard we worked the day before for the next shot list. I watched Kurt sacrifice his own role and energy to devote himself to a storyteller, even going so far as to draw up shot lists and help our replacement director, George Costumos, who came in with only 2 days prep. So interesting. Yeah, I thought I would know that. I thought I had heard that.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Because like I said, this movie, you wouldn't tell that it had, and some movies get away with this, like Jaws, like they're in production hell. Everything goes wrong. There's some goofy, and then the movie comes out great. So this is, I guess, one of those movies that had some drama and overcame it no problem.
All right. Well, I have got my notes up, and I also have the film if we need it up.
Okay.
So what do we need to say? What do we need? Let's get into it. What do we need to? How do we start this?
So, well, one thing I will say is I did a little bit of cursory research on the characters and the time period, and I've never done this before. I never took the time to see how much of the movie was true, and I will say I was shocked to find out that so many parts of this movie, even small moments that I just thought were, basic scene construction, were actually part of the documented history of the events that took place in Tombstone between pretty much the Clantons and the Earps, including little things like when during the OK Corral, when Ike Clanton runs up and grabs Wyatt Earp, he's like, "I'm unarmed." That's part of the documented history there. The pistol whipping, when that one kid's like, "I'll fight you right now," and he opens his trench and Wyatt Earp grabs the gun and whips it. That happened. Like all of these little events that take place in the movie that I assumed were just part of basic movie making were actually historically accurate. And on top of the extreme historical accuracy in a lot of the scenes, I was also shocked to find out how much was left out in this movie. So in terms of the historical context, there was a massive clash between the Clantons and the Earps that went on for several years, almost like the Hatfields and McCoys. Like kind of a classic battle between these two families that the cowboys got wrapped up in, local law enforcement got wrapped in, the citizens of Tombstone dealt with. There was a lot of court cases around all this. In fact, after the OK Corral, the Clantons pressed charges against the Earps for murder, and it went to trial. So, there's all sorts of things. There was a big debate at the time about the use of firearms inside city limits. You were not allowed to bring guns in. That shows up in the movie. But to the degree at which this was a current issue was a big problem. Apparently, there was several Apache attacks on the U.S. Army. And so you were allowed to carry a gun outside the city. However, once you brought it in, you had a small time limit. Let me see if I could find it. There was a small time limit on, so it says, like, for example, the city statute was not specific about any recently arrived visitor to Tombstone, that you could enter, quote, with good faith and with reasonable time to travel into town armed and relinquish your weapon. And this ambiguous law is what caused part of the problem with the OK Corral, because while Virgil Earp pressed the arrest, did they have a reasonable amount of time to surrender their firearms? Conflicting accounts. So there's so much to the lore behind the film that it's worth taking a look at and it's worth reading into. So anyway, just a little bit of historical context behind some of the film.
There seemed to be a lot of connection with this and my family as well, because I remember my grandfather, when I was a kid, going out to Tombstone, and that was back when you had to actually take pictures and get them developed. And I remember when he came back and he gave me some pictures that I had hung up on my cork board, with pins. And so he came back and told me what he had seen out there in Tombstone and taken pictures of the cemetery and a bunch of stuff in the OK Corral out there, and gave me those pictures. And so for that reason, the lore behind the OK Corral and what happened at Tombstone was a part of family lore. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I found out there's actually a little, the Johnny Ringo, where he died, there's a little grave and a memorial there that you can visit to this day. And I found out that his death was ruled a suicide. The story goes that he was wasted, and there was this whole showdown where they're like, man, he's going to get shot, blah blah blah. Apparently, he was drinking and writing, which you're not supposed to do, and he apparently fell off his horse so bad that his boots were torn off. The horse was found like miles away, like 2 weeks after he died, and he was found under the tree with his boots off, with a gunshot wound to his temple that was ruled a suicide. The strange thing was that it entered at a 45-degree angle, which the film depicts as Doc Holliday, as part of his outsmarting him, he wasn't as fast, so he drew low and just aimed up instead of drawing and aiming. So that 45-degree wound was kind of tied into the story of the movie as a way that Doc Holliday outsmarted him, that he half drew and shot up instead of drew all the way to shoot forward. Anyway, but his grave is still there, and you could visit it, which is amazing.
Well, okay. So we start, like I said, my first note, I think we already said this, is that I typically don't watch Westerns, but this is just so I pay special attention when movie works so well, and that I love it. It's probably, I know it's one of my top 5 movies. Can you pick a favorite movie? I don't know, top 5, top 3, maybe. I love this movie.
Well, you can't go wrong with this one. You could jump into this film at any point and be immediately entertained. Just the power of Doc Holliday as really a supporting character that just upholds all these scenes. He's just movie magic. His role in this, Val Kilmer, and then of course Kurt Russell destroys the role in a positive way of Wyatt Earp, and then you're surrounded by a strong Western casting across the board. And many people might not remember this. Heath, you might remember this. At the time this movie came out, Kevin Costner released a Wyatt Earp movie like the same year.
I remember that. There's a number of different Hollywood like films that have come out in pairs.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think I did watch it, but I can't remember it, because there was a movie called Wyatt Earp that came out right about the same time with Kevin Costner, and Kevin Costner was Wyatt Earp, right?
Right. And it completely flopped. And quite honestly, you're up against a future classic in Tombstone. So I just don't think Costner had the charisma. I mean, here if you think about the entire cast had charisma for the roles with which they were cast. Even Virgil as the old Western gunslinger, older brother, total presence. Bill Paxton playing the less intelligent but utterly loyal younger brother, endears you to his character in every scene. Kurt Russell, every character just brought their A game into this. So I don't know how you compete with that if you're going to make a rival film. Especially Kevin Costner, who's known to play a kind of a more toned down and subdued role.
It makes me actually kind of want to go and watch it again now. Because like I said, if I saw it, I can't remember anything about it. But because they came out and here's a different take, it might be interesting to see what that take was. But yeah, I kind of remember sitting there on the shelf, like at Movie Gallery. You're going to rent it. But
maybe at some point I'll see it. I don't remember. If I saw it, I don't remember anything about it either. I will point out briefly, because I love soundtracks, movie soundtracks, that the composer in this one was Bruce Boughton. And I never knew much about him, but he was big in writing Western soundtracks in like the 50s for TV shows. He wrote Gunsmoke, The Oregon Trail, How the West Was Won. He wrote the music for Dallas, The Blue and the Gray, and he did the soundtrack to the film Silverado. So bringing him in brought a strong tradition of Western music. And I think all of us would admit the music in this is great. Epic Western soundtrack music. Yep, Silverado. That's exactly right. 100%.
I don't think I had watched this movie since I had started being very focused on the first 10 minutes of a movie. And so I don't think I had watched this one. Maybe I had it was a while ago, but like focused on it. But this one again, it starts very classically as far as all of that. It's got its the old film look for its prologue. It gets into the show, and we've found is typically about 2 minutes. and this one is 1 minute and 46 seconds. It's a little bit shorter, but I
Okay.
mean that's still about the same. You know, like it's 1 minute and 46 seconds of opening with what you need to know. You know, about the Old West situation, and then it throws you right into action with Curly Bill and the bad guy.
Yes.
It
So
opens on action.
that was one of the things I noted as being slightly unusual, although not unforgivable by any stretch. It almost opens like a documentary. It's got, like you said, it's got the small aspect ratio with the Skippy film and, you know, the black and white. And he's like, back then, and a voiceover, like a documentarian. And the movie completely jettisons that and goes into a regular classic film until the end. And then the documentarian comes back, Wild Bill, you know, Wyatt Earp came back, you know, and gives you a little bit of an epilogue to some of the characters and their fate, what happens to them. Mike Clanton correctly was shot in a dispute over cattle a couple years after this. So it starts as a documentary, ends as a documentary, as bookends, and then you have this pure Hollywood film right in the middle, and it works.
It does. But as far as after that one, but it's only 1 minute and 42 seconds. But then you open up by showing, like, I remember when you were talking about Ahsoka, conflict. Show the conflict. This
Let us
movie
know.
opens up with, let me show you the bad guys doing some of the most horrific things that we can think of.
Oh my God. You're terrified of the bad guys because of several decisions each individual bad guy makes, right? Like they're all kind of despicable in their own way. Johnny Ringo shoots a priest, you know?
Well, and you get to see him like just quick draw, shoot, and then return to standing by that pole.
Yeah, that's right.
He puts it right through his forehead and then turns back around.
Well, and what's interesting is, to your point, so they show up to ambush a wedding. So that's kind of a taboo. So immediately they're already you're doing something that bad guys shouldn't even do, right? Even bad guys shouldn't attack during a wedding. That's kind of like the unwritten laws of good and evil that Christmas night, we don't lead an attack. You know, there's certain like unwritten rules. And it opens with them breaking that taboo. We're going to murder a man and apparently rape his bride on their wedding day. And so they're already breaking a taboo. And then even these guys who are just breaking a taboo, when Johnny Ringo shoots the priest, even these guys are like, oh, you know, like, oh my God, you just crossed a line that's a little too far even for us.
Because
Johnny Ringo,
like, when they're blowing everybody up, the priest just they're screaming. So it seems like there was some type of code that they were going to kill the priest.
Mm-hmm.
That even they had that kind of code, and then Johnny Ringo kills him, and they're kind of like, "Oh my God, you know, Jesus Ringo," or whatever the line was, you know.
Yeah. So you reduce the bad guys because they already broke one code, and then even these guys who broke the code break the other code. So you are right. They are establishing the fact that these guys are the lowest of the low, violent men who are enacting revenge, because the reason that they attacked this wedding was y'all killed a couple of cowboys, and they dropped
the opening line. You guys killed 2 cowboys, which you know from the documentary side of things, and you guys killed 2 cowboys.
Right. So they enacted vengeance on a wedding. They raped a bride. I mean, there's so many tabooed crimes here that you just know that you're dealing with guys that don't have any boundaries. I guess that's the message. These are guys that have no real moral code except some loose affiliation with each other. And anyone who gets in their way is going to get steamrolled.
You do see, is it the Clanton there, that when they do that, there is one guy there who seems unhappy about it. And he's the one who's going to defect later on. Yes.
So he's the guy who plays Yondu in Guardians of the Galaxy. He is one of the cowboys who is a little uncomfortable with the extremes, with his brothers in arms, basically. And there's a couple times, here is one, and then there's another scene later where he thinks the cowboys have gone too far, and of course he ends up joining the Earps. So you're right. They set that up even in this opening. So there's a lot of storytelling established in this opening sequence.
There is a lot that is established in the opening. Again, I'm impressed again by when you look at the opening 10 minutes of good movies, how much work the opening 10 minutes do. And again, we absolutely have this in this movie. The opening 10 minutes does a lot of work.
It does, and it does a lot to establish characters. For instance, there's a Mexican cowboy who translates the priest. He goes, he's talking about a horse. He's talking crazy, and then Johnny Ringo corrects him, which teaches you he's like, your Spanish is worse than your English. So it teaches him that Johnny Ringo is multilingual, which becomes an issue later in the story. That he's educated and knows the Bible, knows Latin and the Bible. So it establishes Johnny Ringo. It establishes the fact that Johnny Ringo he's the one who crosses the line by shooting the priest. It shows you that, and the issue of Johnny Ringo's soul comes up in discussions between Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday on 2 different occasions. So that's established. And it shows also Curly Bill's leadership style, where he's not going to really intervene to stop the excesses. He's just kind of like, he might not do it, but he's not trying to rein these guys in. He's like, probably shouldn't have done that, but let's enjoy the food on the table. So
if it's not encroaching on his leadership, like they're not challenging his leadership.
Correct.
So he permits it.
He does. He's very permissive of excess, even though he technically doesn't engage in excess throughout most of the film. Curly Bill gets high as hell one night and starts shooting at the moon, but he's not the guy that loses his head and goes into excesses in hardly any of the scenes knowingly. You know what I'm saying? So he himself seems to be semi-tempered, but he is very permissive of excess. That's established in the opening as well. So a lot of character development, and they set up the famous scene about the idea that the priest is saying that, the pale horse is coming for you.
Right.
Which becomes one of the most iconic parts for Wyatt Earp's character in the movie later. That's established in this opening. In how many minutes? With 4 minutes?
Well, it's the action scene at the church is 6 minutes and 40 seconds. I actually have that written down. So
Okay.
that means you are because there's the prologue to the movie is 1 minute and 46 seconds. You're 7 minutes and 6 seconds into the movie when you conclude the church scene.
Wow. Very efficient use of that time.
Very efficient use of that time. And, I was going to say this when we get to 2 minutes later, but I was going to say this now as well, because I think you brought it up and it's very important also here. Vogler, which is in the writer's journey, I was referring to different parts of this. And when he talks about showing the hero for the first time, you need to show them in a characteristic action. But
Okay.
actually, I want to, which this movie does, which we can talk about when we get there, because we haven't introduced the hero yet. But
Correct.
I actually think that what Vogler says right there should be extended and is more general, because it's what you brought up, that you are showing all of these bad guys who have a whole bunch of different personalities.
Yep.
And every one of them in this opening sequence, the first action that they take is extremely characteristic of their personality.
Totally.
So I think Vogler that should be generalized, that when you introduce a character, that their first action on camera is going to be very informative, or impression is going to create a great impression, the first impression on the viewer. And so they do that excellently in this movie. Throughout the first 10 minutes, whenever a character is introduced, the first thing they do is quintessential them.
I think that's great. Yep. Agreed. And that's why I was critical of Ahsoka. We introduce her and she walks around for 2 or 3 minutes. There's no information about her character. And I don't want to get hung up on that, but that's a great example of where that's not done. And it costs, in my opinion, the show a level of buy-in from the viewers. Whereas this show splatters these characters and you're bought in all of them, in very short periods of time. It doesn't take much. And I think I know what you're going to say coming up with Wyatt Earp. And I'm probably going to completely agree with you in the way he's introduced in the film.
That's an excellent point when we go to Ahsoka. You know, I was thinking as I was actually going through some of my books here and my notes in preparation for here, because sometimes I haven't been able to find exactly the reference that I've been looking for, even though I've got highlighted notes and things like that, that I want to read my books again as I've been writing to make sure that things like that are the case. Because I think you're completely right that Ahsoka is an example of exactly the opposite.
Exactly. That slow.
Exactly the opposite.
Focus on one character who does nothing indicative of her personality.
If you had no idea who Ahsoka is, which is going to be most people, because most people have not followed the Clone Wars and that. Right. And if they, oh man, I love live action Star Wars. The first time you see Ahsoka, are you seeing characteristic action? And that's answer is no. That's a fantastic point, I think.
And then, like to your point here, they start with action. They start with conflict. They establish not only who the individual bad guys are, but who the systemic bad guys are. This is a very dangerous group of men who have no scruples. So knowing that, the idea that we're about to move to our hero, what's this guy going to do to stop this huge group of people that have no boundaries? Obviously, he's going to have his work cut out for him.
Kyron says, really enjoy your streams. Just wish I had more time to watch them when they're live. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying them. So their home is going to be over on the Table Talk channel, and I have been working on producing more clips. Of course, I really appreciate anybody who's watching live, but also who watches on the replays. You know, this stream will be on the Table Talk channel. So if you want to watch on replay, the Table Talk channel is going to be its permanent home. In the future, there'll also be clips, you know, coming out subject by subject. So if you don't have 3 or 6 hours like Doug and I sometimes talk, we'll have clips too. So, but thank you so much.
We will spelunk all the way down into that rabbit hole for you.
So then, as soon as that we slow down the pace down, and we go to the train platform.
Yes,
which is important because we've been in a very intense scene.
And to your point, when we discussed this in the Star Trek talk and also the Star Wars talk, the idea of a setting of transition, of transit, and a train station in the West might be the perfect place to establish that.
And we can't get more classic than the establishment of Wyatt Earp here, because we see his boots, his cowboy boots, and he steps off the train, and then you scroll or pan up to see him. I mean, you cannot get more classic way to introduce a hero than that.
Totally agree.
And then, so I guess we'll go into exactly what is his first. So you see him introduced in that most classic way, and then his very first action is to stop the guy from beating the horse.
Right. The guy's yanking the horse off the train and then starts whipping it with a rope. And then Wyatt Earp grabs the rope and whips the dude. Hurts, doesn't it?
So you immediately establish, again, first time we see him, this is his first action, what his character is.
Protective and focused on justice.
Yes. And then, fascinatingly, we're at like 8 minutes into the movie, 8 or 9 minutes of the movie. We have the law enforcement come up to ask him if he will join.
Right.
And so we actually have, and then he rejects this. And so we should talk right now about what kind of character he's going to become. But we actually have a rejection of the call to adventure right here at like 8 minutes and a half minutes into the movie. Right. Stable says he takes action, he takes initiative and confronts wrongdoing immediately. Yep, that's a fantastic point, Sable. Yep. Because later he starts to act in conflict with that instinct.
Right.
So I think that is an excellent point, Sable. You know that he's the person who takes initiative and confronts wrongdoing immediately, and then later he starts acting counter to that instinct.
But because of the opening scene, we know that it's a counter instinct.
It's a counter instinct.
Because we know that his real instinct is to intervene. That's his instinct. And so because it was established in a way that we'll remember, oh, he protected that poor horse. Good. We like this guy. Now we know that and by the way, it's not, I like what you said. You said a rejection of the call. You didn't say refusal. And I think that's important because it is strategic. He's not a coward. I don't think anyone thinks Wyatt Earp was acting like a coward in this film by rejecting the call. But I think it was a strategic decision to not get involved. It's like the U.S. policy for the first 100 or so years, non-entanglement. We won't get entangled in foreign wars. There's a certain isolationism or the idea that we're going to stand down and stay neutral strategically. It's our policy. And that's what Wyatt Earp's policy becomes when he arrives at Tombstone. But to Sable's point, we understand it's a policy because of his introduction.
Okay. And
Where we see
Sable
him
actually
acting-
goes to that exact same point, which is then set against his choices through the first half of the movie refusing.
I should have read more of the chat.
There's there. So we were all going the same place. So, but that's extremely important for the structure of this movie. That's exactly right. We see his nature right off, and then we see him acting counter to that nature.
Correct.
Now, here's the complicated thing that James is about to say. This is where we need to start setting this up. James says Tombstone isn't a hero's journey. What do you think?
It's really not.
What'd you say?
I agree. I don't think I said it's really not a hero's journey.
Okay.
He's in fact, I would argue it's a little bit more in line with the heroine's labyrinth, believe it or not, since he's in conflict with his native culture. And but it's not a perfect heroine's labyrinth either. It's distinctive, and I think it's distinctive because of its genre. There's a lot of vengeance and vendettas, and act and counteracts. So it's very much in conflict. Like, these guys are carrying guns. There's a whole issue. So in my notes about drama, I talk about what I call stylized combat, and it's important because it's how your story world is going to resolve conflicts. And Westerns are so fun, just like old samurai movies, because they have such a historically distinctive stylized combat. You've got the gunslingers, the whole idea of drawing and shooting and being quick draw and all that. And the fact that if you do this, there's going to be reprisals. That's all part of the stylized combat. That's how conflicts are resolved. And then in the old samurai movies, it's done with, katanas and swords. And, there's a very distinct feel. In The Matrix, it's kung fu with magic. In Star Wars, it's lightsabers. So when you have a stylized form of conflict, you are in a genre in some cases, and in this, you are in the Western genre. So I think you have a heroine's labyrinth setup, but you have a Western genre in terms of the conflict being driven.
Okay. That's very interesting. I hadn't actually, and I should have, because I was sitting here about to talk to you. I hadn't thought about this specifically in terms of the heroine's labyrinth. So that you'll bring that aspect to this. But I will really want to look at the structure here, because this is it's not a unique start to the story as far as we've been talking, because we have an established hero. So I think this may be why James says Tombstone isn't a hero journey, maybe. But we've got a established hero who is retired. Now, we have seen this in a couple of different movies that we have gone through, because I was thinking, is this the first movie that we have talked about that? And it's not, because Maverick, Top Gun Maverick, you have a hero who is coming back, who is already established and is coming back. And then also another movie that we've talked about, or a series of movies, is John Wick. So John Wick does not start as somebody who is, a farmer like Luke Skywalker. John Wick starts as an experienced assassin. In Top Gun Maverick, Maverick starts as, an experienced fighter pilot. So here we're talking about starting with an experienced hero. That does not by itself, I think, mean that it's not going to be a hero's journey, because I've been reading, and that's what some of the information that I was trying to find. So I won't say that I'm perfectly clear on all of this, but when I had been going through Vogler's The Writer's Journey, and then also The Secrets of Story, it's not like these stories that talk about the hero's journey require them all to start with Luke Skywalker, the farmer.
Correct.
So a lot of these texts that I'm going through will actually explicitly talk about, what do you do when you've got a hero that is already established and is now going through another phase of their journey.
Yes.
And so I'm not perfect. So actually I was looking at this going, okay, how do we adapt the hero's journey when we've got a character like Wyatt or John Wick, who is already established, and now they also you've got to get them back in adventure.
Heath, I have an idea.
Okay.
Let's write a book called I'm not kidding, called The Retired Hero's Journey. We could do it. Because Unforgiven, arguably one of the best Westerns ever made, follows a similar principle. He is retired. He has passed his prime. He is very hesitant to engage in. So he also follows it. And they all seem to follow. I'm realizing they're all in conflict with their native culture, right? So anyway, it's got my wheels spinning. If there is some, because you said the hero's journey is over. And then there's this other chapter. So the retired hero's journey might have its own monomythic model to it with its own patterns and designs that aren't a perfect heroine's labyrinth and certainly aren't a hero's journey. So maybe there's something distinctive there that's worth exploring as at least a variant.
It could be. It absolutely could be. Because, I was thinking before I had the hero's journey, the heroine's labyrinth model, that I was like, okay, with some of my heroes, you're going to go through a hero's journey loop. You're going to go from some element and then you're going to go through that whole loop and you're going to be increased in power. But then when it comes time for the next book or the next movie, you're going to loop through that again. And then you're going to loop through that again. And then you're going to loop through that again. So actually what you're going to be doing is several loops through the hero's journey. So my initial idea here is not to say we're not doing the hero's journey, that we should find the hero, that it's possible. Well, I'll say that we're going to find the hero's journey's tropes in this, but it's a structured differently because he's already established.
Well, it's making me wonder because the one thing that I would say that I would defend about the heroine's labyrinth is that all of these characters are in conflict with their native culture. That's usually an archetypally distinct conflict pattern that the hero faces. You are up against insiders of your own culture. And someone else Robert just mentioned The Dark Knight. And The Dark Knight actually follows several patterns from the heroine's labyrinth. However, I'm noticing a lot of these characters are male. A lot of these characters have had potentially, at least in terms of the backstory, a hero's journey, in some sort of hero's journey. So it is making me seriously wonder if there is such a thing as a retired hero's journey where they have resettled, they have finished that loop as you described, and then they fall into conflict with their own native culture. Making me wonder if there's something there to write or about or explore.
I'm telling you, I guess I'm already feeling this is going to be a deep, long, deep conversation, because when we're looking at this, I'm wondering what we're considering the native culture. Like when you said what we're considering the native culture, because there is such an element of this, and I want to talk about this in detail later on, of the masculine and the feminine in this movie.
Yes. Yep.
That what you're considering inside versus outside.
Well, I think you could. This is a frontier setting, so I would argue that you can make a strong case that this is more hero's journey like, where you are leaving a more protected, safe, cosmopolitan world of the more developed East in the United States, and moving into the frontiers. So to me, there's I would say that's archetypally more similar to the hero's journey, because you are in the frontiers, you're in the limits. Because Joseph Campbell's when James Bacon was on and we were discussing it, one of the things that I had read was right out of A Hero with a Thousand Faces by Joseph Campbell. Campbell was very clear that the Threshold Guardian prevents the hero from moving into liminal space of sea, desert, wilderness, ocean, like it's these open expanses. So a frontier, I would say, qualifies for that sort of a journey outward, away from safety. However, in the context of the story in Tombstone itself, where you have a single setting that is somewhat established, although it's a frontier town, it is developed to a certain degree to where the conflicts tend to be within that city and the surrounding area. So I would say it's not a perfect. I don't think it fits perfectly into any model. I think, and I think that's probably a result of the genre.
We are definitely operating, and I want to talk about this more later as we go, at a nexus of the masculine and the feminine, and the civilized and the uncivilized. We see the masculine and the feminine as themes, kind of on an invisible level, and we're often shown and contrasted civilized versus uncivilized, very raw masculine versus more feminine on the screen. That we're physically in this environment. And we have to watch these two things play out. I do want to, Robert says, I want to say there was potentially a miscommunication here, because Robert says, no, The Dark Knight Returns is what he was talking about. The Dark Knight Returns is the graphic novel also made into an animated movie. He wasn't talking about
okay, I got you.
Which I'm less familiar with.
I bet it's awesome.
There we go. All right. So after we see him take care of the horse, what we were just talking about was a rejection of the call. That, hey, let's come and be a lawman. We need you because of your reputation or whatever. He issues the first rejection of a call to actually get in action. And by the way, another thing that I was thinking of that I didn't get to fully develop with my notes, but if we ever get to look at this movie in on its own, we should, is Casablanca. Because Casablanca also deals with a hero that is not in action, Rick. He's not in action, but he needs to be. This is definitely a movie, Tombstone is, but also Casablanca, where we are going to deal with the contrast between what the hero wants and what the hero needs. This is a very clear cut. Casablanca was very clear cut with that as well. Rick wants his woman and to retire in not action, retire. He needs to get in action in the war.
I don't stick my neck out for anybody.
Right. we got the same situation here. And of course, it's also significant that Rick is also an experienced hero in Casablanca.
Correct. I mean, these are capable people.
He is a capable person when we meet him. He's just refusing to get in action. We got the same situation here with Wyatt, that he is refusing. He wants a peaceful retirement with a lot of money. He needs to get in action and go and fight.
And Casablanca is established as a place of transit.
Yes.
It's almost like the whole setting is Mos Eisley. You have a place, a bar, a place of transit. You have very different characters all together in a fragile state of truce, which is the defining quality of these threshold places like Mos Eisley, these places of transit. So that would be a fun one to analyze.
Yeah, I think we should. Lou also talks a lot about Casablanca. So TSL Front says, "Great hat, guys." But here is definitely an example, like with Casablanca, that if the hero gets what he wants, the movie's going to end badly. Because if Wyatt gets to just be rich and ignore all the problems, the situation is going to be bad. So we've got to teach him a lesson that he cannot have what he wants. Because it's interesting that you have a hero it's often taught as you want a hero with a strong want, and that hero is going to go get that strong want. We've got a hero with a want, but what we need in this particular story structure, what needs to happen is for him to not get what he wants.
Correct.
He cannot get what he wants. He has got to learn, just like in Casablanca, that what you want will end up in bad results.
So again, these are my notes and my terms, but I always write down the conscious conviction and the unconscious conviction. Okay. And I think it's the similar language. The conscious conviction is we're going to start a family. We're going to settle down. We're going to become businessmen and make a living.
We've done our bit for king and country.
Absolutely. We've done our bit for king and country. Now we're going to settle down and prosper. But the unconscious conviction is captured in that scene with the horse. He does not like injustice, and he will intervene to stop it. That is the unconscious conviction. We know that because that was his impulse in that scene. So a good writer, in my opinion, knows that character, knows the unconscious conviction and the conscious conviction. And if you know it, you can introduce a scene like with the horse, where you give us a clue about the unconscious nature of the hero. And then you can write all these other scenes, which this writer clearly did. Like you said, it's not a refusal of the call, like, maybe I shouldn't. It's a rejection of the call, consciously, consistently, throughout a good portion of the film. Even when he accepts it,
he's rejecting his nature.
He's like, I guess you better swear me in. Like, he's not that excited about it.
Yeah, I know. And I want to talk about that too, because this movie leads him through several steps. To actually get him into action.
He doubles down over and over again, despite all the evidence of the exact kind of injustice that this man can't tolerate. But he has made up his mind. He has made a policy, And here's a character attempting to follow this essentially errant policy of his
So
own
then
nation.
we introduce the women, all of the wives.
Yep.
We're still less than 10 minutes into this movie. They don't get off the train platform until 11 minutes, but that's close enough. That you introduce all of the women. You introduce the idea that his wife is addicted to opium.
Yep. Yeah, she's clearly a flawed character as portrayed in the film, for sure.
Yeah, and the status of the wife is something that I want to talk a bit about later on, because I think the movie kind of gets away light with that regard.
Well, they say she does die from it at the end. At the end of the movie, they're like, she died from the addiction.
Yeah, they say, yes, I know. At the very end of the movie, they do that, but they don't explain that current in the movie when you're watching him leave his wife.
Well, I think what they're doing from a writing structural standpoint is, if you look at this film, he commits adultery essentially and goes off with this other woman. So they're establishing that this is a good thing because it is baked into the dialogue that it is a good thing that he ends up with her. So you definitely you can't portray a good wife if he's going to leave her, because that makes him look very questionable. But they're saying, she was an opium addict. She ends up dying from it. Here's why he left her. That's essentially what this movie is trying to do. It's trying to make the case that he should have left her.
No, I completely agree with that. Yes, and I've got notes on that subject too. That the kind of what is Maddie representing in this? She's representing a tamed Wyatt. I mean, she's definitely something that she's definitely something that he needs to get away from. But
you just made a great point.
So I think that you see this over and over again when especially if you're talking about the West writ large. The West is wild. It needs to be tamed. I think it's significant that they're bringing the women there. So so what happens when the wives are starting to show up on the West? That is a taming, a civilization of the West. So you're seeing it's not just a bunch of guys out there. Well, you get the impression that it had been a bunch of guys, but we're just now at kind of the threshold where now you can bring your wives over.
Right. Yeah. And these aren't frontier wives with like a double barrel shotgun in their hand and a pitchfork in the other. The frontier woman, the tough frontier woman. These are your more cosmopolitan women, I think right? Is that what you're saying? The more domesticated crowd coming in?
That you're right. You can't imagine just the wives as they're presented, like when they come on to the surviving in Tombstone. Okay,
not
like we're at a very
maybe
nexus
Virgil's
point.
Wife. She was a little tough.
Well, she was a little tough, but maybe. But I'm saying that we've reached a nexus point. This movie's about a nexus point, just to the point where you could start to bring your wives in, because we're starting to try to breach the whole entirely masculine frontier town. We're bringing in our wives now, and we're at that tipping point. So this movie is definitely always about a tipping point between.
Great point.
Things. Yeah. So,
and they devote.
He's literally a ball and chain.
Well, they devote dialogue, Heath, to what you're saying. When they first get there, that Behan, the town sheriff, is it? He's like, "Yes, sir, we are growing. We'll be as big as San Francisco." And someone says, "Oh yeah, it's real civilized." He's like, "Yeah, we have the latest fashions from Paris, being sold in wagons." So there's dialogue devoted to this idea of the tipping point. It's moving away. He even says it's just another mining town. He goes, "No, sir, we are growing." Yeah. So he's saying we're on the tipping point, leaning toward cosmopolitan lifestyle out here. And then, of course, there's the shooting in the street. He's like, very cosmopolitan.
Lord Fullmine says Maddie represents the goal Wyatt thinks he wants. Right. Yes. Rather than what he actually needs. Yes.
Agreed. Heath, I was actually going to say, you brought up something that triggered an idea. Maddie self-medicating, drugging herself is another form of avoiding real responsibility. So Wyatt's policy of leave me alone is a parallel to her opium usage. They're both kind of subduing themselves for pleasure, right? Wyatt wants to get rich and prosper. She wants to get high. She's like, leave me alone. So I think that that's a great point, that there's a parallel between them subduing themselves from engaging the world at the level that they should be.
YouTube user says Wyatt Earp was a brothel owner with his wife Maddie before coming to Tombstone. I didn't know that, but you know what? I didn't know that, but there's dialogue that would support that in this movie, because Wyatt Earp says, "Well, I was no angel before I met her, and neither was
she.
Angel. Yeah, neither was she."
So she must have been one of the prostitutes.
That's interesting.
I'll have to look it up. I don't want to say that if I don't know, but I did not know that Wyatt Earp was a brothel owner. Yeah, that's interesting.
But they do have that line that could suggest that I was no angel before we started this, and neither was she. That's
well, I think from my perspective, I always took that as he had been kind of a dangerous gunslinger. But perhaps that's really what they're talking about, that he had a checkered, potentially checkered past in terms of his scruples. Yes, Doug. Thank you.
All right, so then we are fine. We are off the train platform, and now we are into the movie.
Well, I think you brought up a lot of good stuff. They're in a town on the precipice of unlivable frontier barbarism and the cosmopolitan taming of a society. And I think that's why I was saying earlier, this one's hard to peg down, because for the hero's journey, you are entering that that wilderness barbarism of the frontier town. And yet Tombstone has evidence that it is moving away from that. So I think this is unique structurally and hard to put in one box.
Now Sable says, "Oh, the dialogue about the angels is clearly Doc Holliday referring to Wyatt's skirt chasing ways before."
No, I picked up on that.
It could be, but But then he returns, "Well, I was no angel, but neither was she." So there is an element of neither was she. So Doc Holliday says that, but then Wyatt says something, but neither was she. So that.
Well, in terms of the film, though, the film needs to establish this story. Because, there's the history behind it, which is very important, but then there's also the standalone film. Yeah. The film is establishing that this is change. Wyatt is attempting a change. This is a shift in his life and his focus. He is trying to settle down. And the past, I think, is a little bit less important in terms of this standalone story. What we need to know is that Wyatt is attempting change. And to help him with that change, he institutes the policy of non-involvement in law enforcement and gunfighting. So that is the most important part we're supposed to take away. He's in a city that's on the fulcrum, to your point, of barbarism and a civilized town. And they even say we're becoming very civilized. And right when he says that, there's a shooting in the street. So they're showing you, and I love this, they're showing you what they're trying to tell you. They're saying it in the dialogue, and it's reinforced by action in the story with the two gunslingers. Fair fight. We was legal.
Right. You've got support in the chat. James says that I agree with Doug.
Awesome.
Well, okay, yes. We're going to talk about, it's well established that Dana Delany's character represents a dangerous temptation, a nearly irresistible one to dilate.
And that would fit with the hero's journey with temptation. Woman is temptress.
Woman is temptress. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that. Absolutely. But okay, so we go to the introduction of Doc Holliday,
which is such a great intro for him.
Right. Again, we're establishing him in his ultimate characteristic moment,
indicative of Doc Holliday.
Yes.
And we're also introducing his Hungarian sidekick.
Hungarian devil.
Your Hungarian devil, yeah. Because she's a little bit of a femme fatale in a way.
Yes.
Because she is always pressing Doc into dangerous situations. And even later in the film, when he should be stopping, she puts the cigarette right back in his mouth. She likes him living on the edge, and she wants him to exhibit that fatalism. But that's established in her character too. She's very sexy and engaging, and she obviously likes her dangerous men. But they also introduced Doc Holliday, and he is great. Oh, you seem you're about to burst.
He is fantastic. Yes, absolutely. What is it throughout this movie, and we may need to come back to it, maybe we can't answer it right now, but that Doc Holliday is representing?
I think we just touched on it, and I've never thought this until just now. Doc Holliday is, in essence, the personification of the same fulcrum that the city is on. Doc Holliday is a Southern gentleman. He must, and that's a very defined term. That means he comes from Southern aristocracy. He knows his social etiquette and comes from a background of some sort of wealth or affluence. He has been trained in social etiquette, and that's what makes him compelling, because he's not like fair fight. We was legal. This guy is educated.
He's not that, and he's not Bill Curley or anything like that. Yes,
he is highly educated, and he is sophisticated. He knows social etiquette, which seems to be almost too high for Tombstone. So he has all the demeanor of a Southern aristocrat, and yet he's barbaric in a lot of ways. He's a thief. He's a gambler. He's a degenerate. He stays up all night. So he embodies this same dualism of barbarism on the frontier and the attempt at sophistication. And he even has dialogue dedicated to this. Now that I think about it, my hypocrisy, which is to be both, to be inconsistent, runs only so deep. So I think he's compelling because
my hypocrisy knows no bounds. That's one line. And then later he says, my hypocrisy runs only so deep. Yeah.
Correct. So I think he embodies this dualism that Tombstone, the setting, embodies. And in a weird way, you have Ringo, who is the evil version of the same embodiment,
right,
of sophistication and education mixed with total barbarism and lack of scruples.
Yes, Lord Fulmine says that he was a dentist, right? That's why he's Doc Holliday, because he was a dentist. So
okay, there you go. Yeah, so it came from, he has money.
But it also seems to me, I think that's very astute observations, but that he is also taking masculinity to the point of self-destruction.
Yep, that's true.
So he's also showing you, if you go, that obviously this movie is telling you that masculinity is needed. It's going to be very unabashed in that way. But it's also telling you through the character of Doc Holliday, where do you go if you go to unrestrained masculinity?
Well, and I would say masculine fatalism, which is kind of the gunslinger ethos, right? I mean, it's a dangerous world. When you put a gun in a holster and wrap it around your belt, you could end up in a gunfight at any time. And you're going to walk into a saloon where guys are drinking with guns on their hips. You could end up in a gun. You could get, I mean, you saw, they argue over cards. There's a certain fatalism to the frontier. You have to be a survivor. So Doc Holliday is a sophisticated version of that same fatalism taken to an extreme.
I think the sophisticated is a very important part. It's obviously mirrored in Ringo. Well, that's an interesting idea, that we've got a very sophisticated, and so in some interpretations that would be feminine, like, a feminine kind of thing, who is coming out here and is becoming ultra masculine and is being destroyed by it, like to the point of self-destruction.
And what's even more interesting now that you say that is that the female character, the Hungarian Devil, encourages that fatalism.
She does.
That self-destruction. She actually is pushing that masculinity and continuing to nudge it in that direction. And he lets her do it, basically. He agrees. He goes on that self-destructive course.
The relationship, the triad between her, the Hungarian Devil, it's interesting we don't recall her name, but the Hungarian Devil, Josephine, and Maddie.
Yes.
I mean, there are the other wives in there, like you're talking about. Virgil's wife, I think, is very interesting. But really, the women that you're contrasting are the Hungarian Devil, Josephine, and Maddie.
Those are the three primary female characters in the film. Yeah. And they all have something to contribute in this world.
So after they steal and run away, you have got, that's Doc, you have the arrival in Tombstone. They were in Tucson at the train station, which actually my grandfather was also out in Tucson. He pictures and stuff like that. But then they actually arrive in Tombstone, all of the brothers and their wives. And one of the first things that you're told, you see a bunch of things around town and things like that, is that Wyatt doesn't even carry a gun anymore.
Right.
And so I don't know if we want to talk about the arrival. You do have the arrival of the county sheriff.
Right.
Right. Who goes
Behan.
Behan. Right. So you introduce Behan.
And he's a real person.
Conniving ways in the movie, conniving ways. He's involved in everything.
He is, and he was a elected position that the Cowboys and the Clantons supported. So he is a pro-cowboy sheriff, and that is part of the historical, documentation.
And that shows up in the movie,
right? Yep, it does show up in the movie, and who's the character that delivers the message that the Cowboys are good for business? Who says that? Was that Behan?
Oh, I don't remember.
Because here you introduced the Cowboys.
I remember that Cowboys are the law around here.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a monologue to introduce the Cowboys in words and dialogue. He's like, you can identify them by their red sash. So
that's the town. That's the town law. That's white. That says you can that Behan's no law around here. The real law is the Cowboys. You identify them by the red sheriff, the red sashes. That's the town. Yeah, Behan. No. That was not. That was no. It's going to be okay. I didn't remember that. Behan says the Cowboys are good for business.
Right.
Because okay. So if that's the case, I didn't remember that. That's counteracted by the town law.
Right. So this is like the Disney China problem. China's good for business, so we kind of cater to them, even though they're against our ethical premises on some level, So you've got that similar problem where these criminals, and they even say they're one of the earliest versions of organized crime in the United States. These criminals spend a lot of money in Tombstone, so there's low motivation to be too hard on enforcement with them. It's a classic problem. So that is introduced. They also introduced the sashes in this scene. They all wear the red sash. You can identify them that way, and they give you a little bit of the political structure between the criminals and the elected officials. So again, a lot of valuable information to understanding the world of Tombstone in a very short period of time.
And then I believe right after that, you go into the absolutely amazing scene with Wyatt Earp at the.
So yeah, they establish that business is good around here. All these places make a ton of money, except for the Oriental.
Except for that one.
Except for the Oriental, and they're like, "Why?" And he's like, he's just bad luck. I forgot what he says, but he doesn't give him the right answer yet. But Wyatt walks in, buys a cigar, and notices immediately Billy Bob Thornton. Get that damn cigar out of my face! It's like playing with my brother's children. Like. He runs his mouth.
He plays it so fantastic. I mean, everything about this is so fantastic.
Totally agree, man. And it's not just like in a lot of these movies, that character would be played at a very inferior level to just be unlikable. But I think Billy Bob Thornton makes him pretty convincing. Like this guy just runs his mouth and gets away with it. No one's ever put him in his place. And he's pretty grating. He's pretty irritating.
He is. And there are also things that go on in this movie like I had to look up because he's the Billy Bob Thornton's character says something like for a man who don't go healed, you sure run your mouth or something like that. And then Wyatt says no need to go healed to get the
jump on a dub like you.
And I had to look up what that meant. And to go healed is to carry a gun.
Right. Heels, it refers to the butt of the gun.
Okay. So so he was talking about the fact that he's not carrying a gun right there.
Right. So think about this. It's funny because I analyzed this. I was like, he's unarmed. Wyatt Earp is unarmed when he chooses to confront this loudmouth. And what's interesting is he stands there coolly smoking a cigar and insulting him quietly. And you could see that Billy Bob Thornton, again, beautifully acted. Is that a fact? Like you could see he's a little slow to push this guy. And then I noticed when Billy Bob Thornton, now Wyatt Earp does not have a gun. Right when Billy Bob Thornton comes up, Wyatt Earp closes the distance on him, which takes away the value of that gun because he apparently is assuming this guy's a coward. And if he pulls the gun, he might try to subdue him. Wyatt Earp tries to get him to pull it. He's slapping a man. If you want to piss somebody off, try slapping them in front of people at a bar in the Wild West. That should provoke a drawing of a gun. He slaps him multiple times and gets no response. And I think everyone will agree Kurt Russell is pretty tough in this scene. Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
It's what guys want to be. I mean, it is absolutely showing you unabashedly what masculinity can do.
But yes. And the writer had to conceive of this scene. So the writer, and this is what's missing from a lot of modern writing, the actual art of confrontation. So, like I said, you see him close in, he's unarmed. Like there's a strategy to this positioning and there's also the effort by the writer, and this is what I appreciate, to demonstrate the superiority of Wyatt Earp without action. They demonstrate it through dialogue and confidence, which is portrayed by the actor. So Kurt Russell, he's like, you're goddamn right, you're scared. And he's like, I'm real scared, mister. So like the actors are like, you get a sense of who's who in dialogue. That is a beauty of writing and acting. They don't even use weapons in this. So you have established dominance through a convincing exchange without weapons. And I appreciate that as a writer. That is the art of confrontation. Modern films feel like you need to body slam someone to show you who the better person is. Take a note from Tombstone. Kurt Russell does it by standing there coolly smoking a cigar. Conveys, like, even me, I'd be like, I don't know if I'd mess with that guy.
Right, I know. But it's showing you that you should be the kind of guy who's like, that guy needs to get out of here.
Yeah.
Right. And you want to be the kind of guy who would go over there and get that guy out of there.
Totally. But you've shown us a convincing exchange where a very convincing loudmouth, Billy Bob Thornton, get that guy. Like, he's just screaming and yelling at everybody. And he's very confrontational. So even though he's annoying, he's convincingly combative enough that you believe that these characters are just kind of like putting up with him, like taking it.
Right. That people would take that from him because he's never been confronted by somebody like Wyatt Earp before.
Right. So, but again, hats off to the writers for designing the scene to convey all this information with smarts and not just the obvious, like, oh, we'll have him outdraw this guy. No, we don't even do that. He does
Wyatt takes his gun, and also a fantastic shot cinematography, from the perspective of cinematography, and he throws the gun to the bartender like over his shoulder casually. And of course, like perfectly spins to keep that behind the counter. Right. Yes. Antonio, hey Antonio. Antonio says, "Hey, hello guys. Hey Antonio, good to see you.
Welcome, Antonio."
And TSL Frontman says, "Everyone confront the like button if you enjoy hats." Yes,
I like that. Draw and click. But here is, I think, an important point about this scene. This definitely shows you, from a masculine perspective, the kind of guy you want to be, and it's embodied in Wyatt Earp. But but from a greater perspective, he's using his confrontation and his abilities in this way that are personally useful to him. Correct.
He's not ultimately confronting the big bad guys with this.
It's a job interview.
Right. Yeah. So this does it. So this is what you want to do, kind of what you want to be, but it's oriented like that guy did need to get out of there. So I don't want to, this guy needs to get out of there. What are we doing here? But on the other hand, it's not confronting the big problem.
Right. The writers designed a scene where he stands up to a bully in a way that the audience will find satisfying. But to your point, his motivation at this point is not to end bullying. It's to get this guy out of my seat, because that's how he says it. You're sitting in my seat.
In my seat.
So he wants the job. So he muscles out this guy to get the job. So you're right. It's a self-serving. It's actually kind of brilliant because it's self-serving, but it is in line with the kind of character we saw who protected the horse. Yes. You know, there's still an instinct to justice there. This guy was costing the owner of the Oriental all this business, you know. Yeah, after he kicks him out, what does he say? I don't know, Lou, what do you say? 25% of the house? Sound good?
Yep, and now he's in business. Now that sounds good. I mean, that also sounds good. Like if you're trying to take care of yourself, you walk up, hey, I want to make some money. Like, you know, with your bravado, masculinity, throw that guy out. Now all of a sudden you got 25% take in a casino.
Good
Sounds
day.
Fantastic.
That's fantastic. A good day. I'm going to go try that down the street, see if it works.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we should walk into to Las Vegas. I'm going to fly out to Las Vegas, and I'll see if I can find a corrupt dealer. I don't know. We'll set up a video camera.
YouTube channel. Heath gets new job.
or actually, or if I just
Western masculinity. That's awesome.
So then you introduce Doc Holliday, and then you also continue the great scene
where
Billy Bob Thornton's coming out with a shotgun. You think, oh my God, this is going to continue, and they completely disarm him, well, figuratively and literally.
So right, so obviously, and this is good too. This is all evidence of a good writer, because so you just beat up this real loudmouth bully. A good writer knows that that's probably not going to be the last of them. And so the writer decided to include a response from Johnny Tyler, who's this guy's name.
Well, and a lot of people, when they see him coming around the corner, when I watch this with people, and they see him come around the corner and you've got the music beat that hits, go, oh my God. That so like, you humiliated him and now he's coming back for you, like immediately.
Totally. I feel like the modern writer is like, good, we proved our point. He's gone. No, this writer is like, well, this guy would probably respond. So and I've done this many times, you continue the scene even if your instinct wants to move away from it. And that's exactly what this writer did. He continued the scene by him coming up, and then this scene actually becomes more interesting because of it. Because you have, like you said, the meeting of Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp. So this is a big scene that Johnny Tyler is going to be interfering with. And the way they set it up is Johnny Tyler's walking up with this shotgun, apparently on an unaware Wyatt Earp. And Doc Holliday saves him by shouting, "Why, Johnny Tyler?" Which gets everyone's attention. And so now and he's like, "Doc?" And he's like, and then so you get this, again, very passive, not in the art of confrontation. Doc Holliday then also checkmates without using his gun at all. And it's funny because he's like, "Wyatt Earp? Oh man, I'm in over my head." So Johnny Tyler doesn't, surrender his ego. He just realizes he's overmatched. And there's the hysterical scene where he's like, "Oh, Johnny Tyler, I forgot you were there. You may go now."
That's a great line. Then you convey more information about their relationship.
Yeah.
In between. And then, oh my God, I forgot you were there. You may go now.
Right. So as Johnny Tyler realizes his insignificance, the epic character confirms it. "I forgot you were even there holding a shotgun and pointing it at us because you were mad. You may go now." He dismisses him. And then Wyatt Earp goes, "Leave the shotgun." And then he puts it down. "Thank you."
All right.
And walks off. So we have removed Johnny Tyler, not at the heat of his rage by being kicked out and humiliated, but in a moment of epiphany that you're nothing to these two gunslingers. These are legendary gunslingers, and you're nothing. So the writer continued the scene, to your point, and then gave us a more convincing way that this character diffused his anger at Wyatt Earp. He's never coming back into the story.
That he'll never come back into the story, right? That was done. So then that's when Behan comes back up and talks about how, we guess we need a racetrack or whatever. And then the guys shoot each other in the whatever saloon or whatever it is across the street.
Right. And these are now, I guess I didn't catch this the first time I watched, but these two guys are two of the cowboys who end up defecting.
No, wait a minute. I want to be clear on that. I'll watch as they come up. I do not believe they're wearing wearing sashes.
They're not, But well, okay, maybe
No. I don't believe they're cowboys. I think they are guys who come over to Wyatt's side. I do not believe they're
okay, so
cowboys.
you think that they're gunslingers that join Wyatt?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's probably correct then. 'Cause
James
I just
says
noticed that they
conflict
dressed him.
resolution without violence is the masculine ideal.
Correct. Even Theodore Roosevelt, one of the more manly presidents, says, talk quietly, but carry a big stick. So there is, I would say, part of the masculine art of confrontation is competence and ability, especially at combat, if we're talking about that. However, and I've noticed this in my own life, some of the big guys who are really tough are the least quick to fight. I've been in situations where there's like fights brewing and the big guy's like, it's not even worth it. The big guy says, who cares? And I'm like, man. So big guys do tend to use some sense in it, probably because they understand a little bit more that they're going to be leading this battle. But there is the art of avoiding conflict without violence. And I would say as part of the masculine mystique or whatever you want to call it, you have to convey this convincingly, the way Kurt Russell did in that exchange. The viewer sees Kurt Russell, looks at Johnny Tyler, looks back at Kurt Russell and says, this guy's in charge. We pick up on it. We sense the pecking order from something the male, either actor or person, is doing. So you have to be able to pull those scenes off.
So, well, James says you have to be capable of violence, but always hesitant to resort to it.
And that's Robert, what I say that in a lot of the hero's journey, the ethics of force is usually a part of that discussion for the hero's journey. This idea that you will be competent, you're capable of destruction, and you're going to have to control it. And by doing so, you can be constructive. You can be a builder, a force for good. So agreed.
Robert says peace through strength was a Roman principle.
Right. These are, I would say, masculine principles. Because like you look at the cowboys, they have no principles. Violence is the answer. There's nothing to restrain it. And it's a destructive system. So the good masculine introduces the ethics of force. And that's why you have a lot of characters dealing with that. Heroic characters, our heroes, dealing with it, because what makes you different from them? What makes you different from the cowboys?
And that's an extremely important point. Right. What makes you different from the cowboys throughout this whole movie? Because eventually, we haven't gotten to this part yet, but someone asked, just wearing that badge doesn't make you right.
Which is a great line.
Which is a fantastic line.
In fact, and then even later in the story, they show that the cowboys get deputized.
Right.
He's like, yeah, they're wearing badges. So here's, who's right and wrong. The way for the reader or the viewer to know who's good and who's bad is usually a restraint from force. That usually tends to be the ethical use of force, restraint. The Jedi Knights are guardians of peace and justice, only for knowledge and defense. The Karate Kid, Miyagi-Do, uses restraint. Cobra Kai does not. No mercy, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. So that tends to be part of the, like, I would say the hero's journey. And to your point, Heath, the masculine, the efforts of defining the different types of masculine characters.
I want to make a point about the direction, the direction as in the director's role in this. At this moment when we're talking, we've got them sitting there, and then the gun, like we're going to be as big as San Francisco and just as cosmopolitan or whatever that is. And then the gunshot goes off, and all of their action is to wince. And it's perfectly motivated. Because, I mean, you hear the gunshot, and then they all, duck and then get ready, whatever. And that's something that I didn't see that I saw the counter of in something like Star Trek V, when I was saying I'm starting to see some things in some movies that I'm going, that's the director's problem. There were elements of unmotivated action in Star Trek V. People who would do things, that you're like, the director should have stopped that. They're like, what motivates this action? For instance, in Star Trek V, they would cut to someone, especially when they're all going down to the planet. They cut to a group of people, and they were all standing still, and then they start to move. And then somebody says, no, not you. but there was no motivation of their action. And I realize this may be down the weeds, but I was saying that's a director's problem, or how we should have cut that scene or something like that, that their action wasn't motivated. And here, to me, now looking, like I said, talking probably to Brianna, we're talking about the director, like perfectly motivated action. You're having this conversation, and all of a sudden there's gunfire, and their action is perfectly motivated, and then you see somebody get thrown out of a window. Well, this is good directing when the other one was not.
So I agree with that. I don't think I think the directorial choices are totally part of this conversation. I pay attention to stuff like that more and more as I get older as well. So like you said, having them jump and flinch, good, because it sells
at the right time and at the right time.
Right. Well, and we were just talking about what makes good and bad gunslingers. And I was saying one of the things I've pinpointed is the ethics of force, whereas restraint. The two gunslingers here, which they introduce in kind of a classic way, like this guy, and he flips the gun, but he says, he's like, don't raise that pistol. And the one guy goes, he doesn't shoot him until he raises the pistol. So that is a clue that this gunslinger is going to be part of the good guys. He waited until that guy drew his pistol before shooting him. He didn't just shoot him in cold blood.
And I'm looking at this, and neither one of those guys are wearing sashes.
Okay, so then you're totally correct. They're not cowboys. They're just well-known unaffiliated gunslingers who join up with Wyatt Earp.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that seems to be the case.
Okay. So yeah, but anyway, my point is that you have a shootout in the streets, so it's not that cosmopolitan. To your point again, it's on the fulcrum. It's got a little bit of both, and but you are also introduced to these other characters that will become pivotal later.
They will become your allies later.
Right. So again, every scene is doing double duty, or triple duty. In terms of character development and plot development.
Well, and at the end of that scene, the town sheriff shows up and said, "I got to take." There was a fair fight, and the sheriff's like, "Well, I got to take you before the judge anyway." And they do surrender their firearms. Like, I got to go before the judge. This was a fair fight, and so I thought about that, and I've actually looked that up. It's like, what's the rules for a fair fight? And do we still have that? Like, if someone blows somebody away, but this was a fair fight.
Well, I like how you could just argue your case after the shooting. Boom! It was fair. I was legal.
Fair, right? Like, okay. But it seems like, in this case, the good guys, those are the good guys, because I don't think if they had been cowboys, they probably wouldn't have been so quick to surrender their firearms. But these were good guys. They're like, no, this was a fair fight. And the sheriff's like, well, I got to take him before the judge anyway. So you're going to have to tell the judge that. And then they do go, well, okay, well, here's our guns.
But that's a good point, because that also reinforces that these gunslingers are of the good guy nature.
And there's a code. There's a code.
They adhere to the law, and they used restraint before violence. Those are clues. Conscious clues that the writer put in there to help us like these guys when they show up later.
So immediately after that, we introduce our woman as temptress, which is going to play a lot of roles, and who's so important.
Yeah. And there's some good stuff here. So she shows up, and Heath, I think you're totally right. You discussed masculinity and femininity in this. So here's this world, right? This mostly lawless world that's attempting to move away from that. It's attempting to move toward a sophisticated, civilized city. And you have characters that are in simultaneous. They're doing that. You have this Wyatt Earp character that's trying to become sophisticated. You have the sophisticated Doc Holliday who's becoming barbaric. So all these characters seem to embody this role. And then in comes Josephine Marcus, the feminine, and she stops everyone in their tracks.
She stops everyone in their tracks. Yes. And what we have here, and I'm going to talk about this more in a moment, but we have her show up. Well, we show up. We also have a homosexual element of this.
Billy Zane.
Is that the actor who's with her?
Yeah, that's Cal Hotley from Titanic.
Okay. We have that, which is also a theme that runs through this. That's going to start running through this after this moment. Is also how you deal with. So I think that's fascinatingly interesting, because we have, I believe, according to our themes here, masculine and feminine, and then we are also going to have how the homosexual
It's very subtle in the
that
film.
sounds terrible. I don't know, but we have a homosexual element about how you navigate this environment if you're gay.
Yeah, it's very
Also
subtle in
present.
this film, but it is there.
It's subtle. No, it is definitely subtle, but it's there. Right.
The actor and then Jason Priestley's character,
Right.
who is very sensitive. He likes the theater. When he's at the theater, he's engaged. He's heavily engaged. And then I think you're right. There's also a side of femininity to this because Josephine Marcus exemplifies this. And later on, she's like, you're all ugly. That's the term. There's something beautiful about the world, and you guys are ugly. She's defining that. She's making that demarcation line, and it's also echoed in the scene coming up at the Birdcage Theater. The idea of art and beauty in a world of savages.
Right. Yes. So we have her. She stops the show on the street. Everybody is captivated by her,
Right.
especially our hero. She's also captivated by him.
Right. And there's some great dialogue out of Billy Zane. The quintessential frontier type. Eyes squinted as if, by the sun. Lean, rogue silhouette. Awesome stuff, man.
Absolutely awesome stuff. I want one.
Oh, yeah.
Like, happy hunting.
She's very lusty.
Because the extremely important part of this is how she contrasts with all the wives.
Yeah.
Not our Hungarian devil, but specifically all the wives of the brothers.
Right.
She's opposite to that, and I want to talk about that in more ways than one, because she's more capable of operating in this environment than the wives are.
Okay.
I get that feeling, at least, that whereas, like I said earlier, you probably would not have seen the wives of the brothers show up there without the husbands. They're bringing the wives there. She's going out there, and she's got her theater troupe with her, but she's capable of handling herself in this frontier environment in a way that it seems like the wives are not.
Well, right. The wives are, I guess they would signify the feminine settling. They're settling down, like Wyatt's trying to, right? They're settling down. They seem to be focused more to the domestic sphere. She's more in the public sphere. She's a professional, whereas they're not. I think they're a little bit more in the housewife dimension there. But she's a professional. She's a paid actress, and she's very unafraid of the men. She doesn't act like she's afraid of them.
Right.
And she's very willing to engage. She's very engaging with these men.
And so when you go, so we'll return to her, but when you go to the scene in the theater, which is also is trying to show you civilization coming to the frontier. We're again looking at the nexus between civilization, the frontier, the masculine, the feminine, trying to come here in this scene.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this follows my rules of choosing settings for writers. If you understand that your story universe, the character of the story universe is the battle between barbarism and sophistication, where's your next setting? In a theater where the barbarians are the spectators,
audience. And you're physically separating the barbarians from our heroes who are up in the loft.
Correct.
And I love when they show up. It's also a fantastic, very minor scene between Wyatt and Maddie. But Maddie's trying to take off her jacket, and Wyatt is not taking her jacket from her, rather.
Oh, okay.
And she says, Wyatt, she brings his attention to it. And Wyatt says, I'm sorry. And then he takes her coat from her.
Right.
And so it's a very short, just seconds of a scene, but it's showing Wyatt's inattentiveness toward his wife right there. Correct. In those seconds. He's not paying attention to the fact that she needs
a nudge.
Yeah, that, hey, take my jacket. That's what you need to be doing. And he's not doing it.
Good point. Good observation. You're right. But again, that's a very subtle moment, but a good writer, a good director includes it for a reason. Like me, I don't think I singled that out, but you did, and it's subliminal, and it lines up with the messaging that these characters would exhibit. So great job. That's just a good storyteller.
YouTube user also brings out the fact that Josephine is younger. And that also
Virgil's wife was pretty young.
I don't know that I picked up on that, but the YouTube user says the wives are past their prime.
I don't know if that came across to me as much as difference in personality. The Josephine character, Josephine Marcus, came across as a bohemian, fearless. It sounds like she needs to see and touch things. She knows how to ride a horse. There's a lot about her that's very adventuresome. And she's, later her mantras live on room service. That is not at all the mantra of any of these housewives who intended to be wives and potentially mothers in the domestic sphere. So I took that as a difference in personality more than age, and a difference in the role each woman wanted for themselves, or presumably wanted.
Yeah, Sable says, I don't think the wives were past their prime at all, except for Morgan's. They were all notably younger than their husbands.
Yeah, I agree. None of the wives came across to me as like old fuddy-duddies or anything like that. They just seemed like women who wanted to settle down and were not particularly excited about the frontier as the place to do this. They seemed a little bit more hesitant than the men that this was a great idea. In fact, Virgil's wife, the second third spot, she's like, we're out of here.
So we have the second rejection of the call at this moment as well, because the mayor shows up there in that scene, and presumably to ask Wyatt to be a lawman and to help deal with the situation out there, and Wyatt shuts him down again. So we're now I made note of that. That's 27 minutes and 55 seconds into the movie. We have a second rejection of the call.
Okay.
We know, and I wanted to compare this to Casablanca, because we're trying to get him in action. We're trying to get him in action in a big way. And he just rejected it again. And that's the first time I made the note. This kind of reminds me of Casablanca, that Rick has got to get into action. So does Wyatt. We're trying to do that in this film.
I enjoyed this whole birdcage. It's funny too. I always appreciate this. I get a kick out of all the banter from the Cowboys in the gallery there. Mm-hmm. I'd shoot that old devil in the ass. Like they're all just talking trash and they're shooting. And what's cool, what I like about this scene is the first guy comes out, right? The juggler.
Yeah.
Boom! He shoots the thing right out of his hand, and the guy freezes and like runs off stage.
They're actually shooting at us.
But it shows like you want to be a performer in front of this crowd. It's dangerous. This first guy panics. So then you get an even more sophisticated Faust. This is Faust. This is like high.
Well,
society.
no, you go next to Shakespeare.
Oh yeah, St. Crispin's Day.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're escalating the sophistication. St. Crispin's Day.
Actually, great point.
Right. Yes. You go to St. Crispin's Day, the Shakespeare speech.
Right. And and I forget the character's name, but it's Jason Priestley is enamored by this actor and really sees the beauty of the performance. The way I took it is he sees this as art, the performance, the content, like you said, Shakespeare, that this really appealed to this character. And this was what that character was looking for out here. And here it is on stage for him. And the other guys don't really appreciate it. But even Curly Bill's like, that's the most beautiful man I ever saw. Or something.
Yeah.
But, and I regard this structurally as the first actor failed the test. They shoot at him. He panics. He runs. They shoot at Billy Zane's character. He jumps.
And then
but he stays out and finishes his performance. That earned the respect of the Cowboys. They clapped for him. They gave him they said, okay, you got the balls to stay on stage while we shoot at you. We'll watch your show. And then the one, like you said, the one Cowboy really loved this actor. And Billy Zane's character passes the test.
Lord Fullmine says the theater scene separates Johnny Ringo from the rest of the rough and tumble Cowboys. He's operating on a different level. There's that. Johnny Ringo understands the education and the sophistication level of this. But this is so important from the idea that we're bringing some level of sophistication to the Wild West, which is otherwise completely unsophisticated. And you're trying to show them Shakespeare and Faust, and the brothers are bringing their wives. This is a place where the brothers will bring their wives into the theater. So this is a place where you're clashing the masculine, the feminine, the civilized, and the uncivilized.
Totally. Great point.
And then, of course, I love this. Of course, then that's when Josephine appears as the devil. And
yeah, so that, they bring out Faust, which, like you said, it's a progression of sophistication, with Faust being the most sophisticated thing. Like, cowboys don't care about this. They don't care about the archetypal story of the Faust selling his soul to the devil. They even have the music to it and everything. And of course, like you just said, they reveal that the devil, the second reference of woman as devil, by the way.
The woman as devil, right, yes. And as what Lord Fulmine is saying about, like, is your soul for sale, dear? Because Doc Holliday brings that up to his Hungarian devil.
That's right. That's right.
Right.
So
woman is devil, yes.
Yeah, I don't think that is conscious, because it doesn't seem to be pushing. It doesn't seem to be in line necessarily with any of the other themes, but it's certainly notable that it's there.
Well, I think doesn't. I think it actually comes up again when she's going to enter the. Wait, what's the line? That it's not Hungarian devil, but something about your. I think Doc Holliday uses the term devil again. That something about if that dusky hued. Oh, no, that was it. If that dusky hued Lady Satan came in here.
Oh, yeah.
Woman as devil, woman as temptress is definitely in here multiple times.
Dusky hued Lady Satan. That's actually a great point, Heath. That is the third reference to that.
Woman, so that can't be a mistake.
But remember, I have a rule. Even if the author doesn't do it consciously, they may have done it unconsciously.
They may have done it unconsciously.
And that still means something. Could tell you about the author.
Yeah. No, that's true. It could be, our philosophy here is that it could be so archetypical that it manifests itself, even if the person is not conscious of it.
I would say, now that I think about it, that it is strongly in line with woman as temptress, because the devil, Satan, in the book of Genesis is a tempter with Eve. So there is an archetypally sound correlation between woman as temptress. Whether it's fair or not, or whether it's portrayed fairly or not, is another topic. But there is an archetypally sound tie-in there. And you're right, Lady Satan, Hungarian devil, Josephine Marcus plays a devil. Woman as temptress seems to be a theme in this story that I'd never considered before in my life, and that's a hero's journey theme.
That is definitely a hero's journey theme, but I had notes on that as too. I had, the note was that we clearly, throughout all this, have the theme of the woman as temptress. I wrote down.
Oh, okay. So you caught that right away.
Yeah. So I had that in my notes, but the weird thing that I have, so this is going a little bit further than where we are in the story, but I clearly identified the theme of woman as temptress, but it was also clear to me that Josephine is what Wyatt needs, that they're inverting that trope a bit, because ordinarily you'd say, no, he needs to reject Josephine. He needs to stay with his wife. But in this movie, they're inverting that, and that Wyatt clearly needs to go with Josephine, that his wife is the one who is domesticating and taming him. So it's an inversion of that he needs to choose the devil.
Well, I would say that there's in the way you're setting this up, yes, he needs to choose the devil. The wife represents the subdual of the personality, the subdual of the sacred fire, the subdual of the energy. She's doing it through opium. He's doing it through policy. I don't get involved. He's bringing himself down. He's not engaging the world at the level he wants to. And apparently neither is his wife. So you're right. His wife represents the idea of subduing the personality, the non-engagement policy. Whereas the actress is live your life, get out there, touch it, engage, do what you want, live on room service, have fun, let loose a little bit, which is the exact messaging that he's trying to resist. And that idea of resisting that wisdom is in the next scene.
Well, so immediately after that, you do have conflict between Wyatt and his wife, because I got to go to work. She's like, can't you stay with me? No, I got to go to work. We have that scene.
Right. And she disengages. She goes home. She's not interested in doing anything fun.
Right. She's not interested in that, but she might have walked with him. She wanted to walk with him, down the road or something like that, but not that. So he does end up going to work at the Oriental.
And we have, now that we're discussing it and I realize that it's true, we have a great scene for Woman as Temptress and a line that everyone loves. He's
right.
like,
Well, that's where we're headed. Because that's where Josephine walks in, right? Because when he's at the Oriental.
Yeah, where before she walks in, there's a discussion between Doc and Wyatt. And he's like, what if that dusky-hued, Lady Satan walked
That's
in
what
here?
he says, dusky-hued Lady Satan.
Yeah, and then he goes, I would ignore her. And he's like, I'll remember you said that. And then
Clink.
She comes in, and he's like, shit. Classic.
Oh, hell. No, it's perfect. That dusky-hued Lady Satan. And then he turns around and she's there, and she's in all this sparkling, and he goes, oh, hell. Which is a fantastic line. Which is just, the dialogue is so fantastic.
Well, but oh, hell is, I'm going to be tested on the level of temptation. And I just made
You're
this
right.
bargain.
No, that's right. So actually, that's why it's important. It's not, oh, shit.
Oh,
we're talking about a woman as temptress.
Oh, hell.
As the devil. And he says, oh, hell.
I love it, Heath. That's great stuff, man. Good point. Oh, hell.
Oh, hell. All right.
Well, that's good.
God, I don't know if I would catch that. I don't know if I would have caught that until now. But that's the kind of thing that I want to be sure that I would want to do as a writer. Like he said, when he turns around, what does he say?
Great point. Yeah, you're right. If you're a good writer, has command of his themes, you would know not to write, oh, shit. You would know to write, oh, hell. Sounds like a little thing, but it counts. And like right now, when we're unpacking it, we're like, oh, this works.
Right. I didn't think about that as I was writing. I wrote oh hell down in the notes, but I didn't write down for that reason. I wrote it down as great dialogue, just that dusky-hued Lady Satan. Oh hell. Oh hell hits
devil
that theme.
The domain of the devil. That's a great point. And then what does the devil do? She slowly, through one dancing partner to another, gets close to Wyatt. So the temptress is going to give him a test. And it's actually pretty good. He looks at her. He's a little stunned. And then he turns his back on her. Wyatt, I stand corrected. You're an oak. Great stuff, man.
Yes. So in a way, I also said that's another rejection of the call. Like, we know that Wyatt needs to get with her.
I think you're right. I think that is a secondary level, or even tertiary
on a secondary level
of rejecting the call, because you are rejecting you're rejecting what you want to do in favor of what you say you want to do, which is exactly the problem with it's a policy issue. He's making these policies of non-engagement. And you're right. This is a secondary example of non-engagement based on a policy, which we know, like I think YouTube user mentions, obviously he ends up with her. So this is his future wife that he's turning down. So, yep. So there you go. He's ignoring a call that he should be accepting. So I think you're right, Heath. That's another refusal of the call.
So after that scene, and of course, you also have who we don't know who that character is. I don't even know who the actor is. But you were saying the guy who was appreciating the art.
The actor's Jason Priestley.
Okay.
I don't know his character's name. Tombstone. Let me look it up. I can look it up on IMDb.
Oh no! Wait. Oh wait. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I knocked the cup off my desk. Okay, so actually, this is the right time to talk about it. I thought I was moving forward, but we're actually some things like that. It occurred to me at this point as I was writing my notes that Josephine is a representation of a combination of the feminine and the masculine.
A little bit. And I think that the masculine traits are a little ham-fisted, but you're right. They're there.
Because she's the one who can deal with herself on the frontier. She's the one who's independently coming out to the frontier. She's obviously feminine, but she can handle herself. You don't get that necessarily from the wives. She's a nexus between the masculine and the feminine, and I think that she's she's also an embodiment of that frontier. She's got both the masculine and the feminine elements. Later, she's going to have a very masculine view of sex.
Yep, absolutely.
So she needs to what in my note here is that we're rejecting tames and feminized. I don't know what that note was, but I'm saying in the same way that we're dealing with a very masculine West, the West in general, that we are trying to feminize and tame. Okay, so that's what we're trying. That's what is generally trying to happen here. We are dealing with a feminized Wyatt who needs to be remasculinized.
Well, I don't know if I would say he's feminized. I would say the feminine quality of, or a classically feminine quality of perhaps restraint, of, prosperity or settling down. Because it's I don't see him as feminized in this. I see him. So I think there's an attempt by him to balance out his masculine side, which, like you said, he was no angel. Another reference to heaven and hell. Now that I think about
that's
it.
a good, yeah.
He said, I was no angel. And he's trying to, I think he's trying to come into balance with femininity through his wife, which is not happening. It's not the appropriate feminine quality that's actually helping him. It's actually hindering him. And then he meets this other feminine quality that is half masculine. Like you said, she's almost balanced better than him because she has a little bit of both already.
Right. She is balanced. Yes, I would say that.
Right. More civilized than feminized. Like, I don't see okay. So the Jason Priestley character, his name is Billy Breckenridge. He seems a little bit more effeminate, I guess you could say, than like someone like Wyatt Earp. He seems very masculine, but a masculine person trying to come into balance. His counterforce for balance is his wife, who is unbalanced. So it's not working. It's not taking. And then here's this other woman who seems to be a little bit more, she doesn't seem incomplete. To your point, Heath, she seems to have both masculine and feminine qualities already calibrated. And that clarity, which is maybe what he's seeking.
And she knows what she wants.
Right.
She knows what she wants.
Right. And I think the fact that she's balanced, that might be what Wyatt Earp is looking for, that balance, which he's not getting right now. That might be it.
So it's actually in here that you also get the amazing scene between Ringo and Doc Holliday.
So yeah, this is the first confrontation. So this is actually the first real confrontation between the Cowboys and the Earps in general. Wyatt Earp is at a faro table playing cards. Now he has the shotgun under the table,
which I think is important.
It is important. And he has Curly Bill come up with Ringo to confront him and kind of taunt him. And Curly Bill, I get a sense, is probing Wyatt to see where he is. And, he's like, winner to the king. And he's like, shut up, Ike. When Ike Stanton's in his face, calling him a law don't go around here, law dog. And they're trying to like push him. And Wyatt Earp is not taking the bait. He's disinterested. He's dispassionate. He's detached. Curly Bill recognizes this. And so that's diffused. And the conflict moves to Ringo and Doc Holliday. In fact, the dialogue literally says, what about you? You retired too? And Doc Holliday's like, not me. I'm in my prime.
It leads off one of the greatest scenes in cinema.
You look it. Right. And so when I was watching this scene, I was like, this is actually a dangerous moment for these characters because you have veteran gunslingers confronting each other. And like I said, even the neutral Wyatt Earp has a shotgun and they even show him aiming it at one point.
Yeah.
So this is dangerous. And you have Ringo challenging Doc Holliday. And not only challenging him, this escalates because they start speaking in Latin. So it shows off that these are equally matched characters. They have that sophisticated
intellectually matched. Yeah, physically and intellectually.
Right. So from a writing standpoint, you have a good pair of rivals because they are like the shadow and the light version of each other. And Ringo's pushing him. He sees that Doc is drunk and is willing to challenge him. And you get a sense that these people will pull. We already saw that. Doc Holliday either murdered or severely wounded a guy by stabbing him in his opening scene. So, and we saw that Johnny Ringo shot a priest. So both of these guys are capable of violent actions as introduced. And now they're squaring off with each other. Neither one of these guys are worried about restraint. And he's pushing them. And I realized that at first, so they start insulting each other in Latin, right?
Right.
And it escalates to where they're insulting each other, and where Doc Holliday is actually saying the more risky things. It means that Johnny Ringo is an educated man. And then he's like, now I know I hate him. So those are like fighting words, right? I mean, they're starting to amp it up a little bit. And Johnny Ringo ends up pulling his gun out. And I was like, man, this could potentially be this.
Well, he could have killed him right there.
Totally. But instead, Johnny pushes him one more time with a very flamboyant display, a very competent display of pistol mastery. He's doing the whole thing. He's waving it in front of his face. And this, in what I have defined in the Heroine's Labyrinth, in a chamber guardian scenario where you have a social test, this meets that definition because you have an audience watching. He's testing him. Now, this is also masculine in the sense that it's a test of skills, but he's testing him and he's embarrassing him with his total display and total control of the pistol. And Doc Holliday's drunk. And we get the sense as viewers that Doc Holliday will not match that level of skill in his current state. So now he's at a point of being humiliated publicly. Doc Holliday, who doesn't want it. And I love the writer's solution to this, or Doc Holliday's solution to it, which is not to match him in skill, but to parallel the joke with something that doesn't mean anything.
And mock him. Right. He mocks
him back. Yeah.
Right. He mocks him, which is such a perfect solution.
Totally. And it is a brilliant solution because not only does it reject the challenge, it reverses the challenge and it reverses it in a way that actually de-escalates the confrontation magically. He gives just enough of a pushback that the crowd can laugh and move on. But it's great. I love it. Every time I'm watching the movie, I love it, because it's not even that good. He's drunk. He's like,
but it's like, let me make fun of you. Oh, look, you want to spin something around? Look, I can spin something around too. Look at this. Let me spin something around. Right. Yeah. The YouTube user says the taunted becomes the taunted. Right.
Yeah, and that's great. He reversed the social challenge and successfully diffused the challenge, which could have become a deadly shootout right there in the Oriental.
I was wondering, Roll to Win Craps is here. Yes, that's my father. I was wondering if he was going to see that we were talking about this movie and show up because he says, this is my genre.
Oh, yeah.
I knew. I was wondering if he was going to see that we were streaming and talking about this.
Yeah, I mean, Tombstone is top. What's that?
Okay, so I do want to address the significance of, like, how would the scene be different if Wyatt had not had the shotgun under the table?
Well, it would show that he's defenseless. And I think that that's a bad thing to show your character because it shows him as unprepared for conflict. And I don't think that's a good portrayal of Wyatt. Having the shotgun shows you that he's still in the game. He may be neutral, but he's not an idiot. He is prepared for confrontation nonetheless. And I think that is the correct way to portray that character.
So, okay, I think you may be right there because we know that he doesn't carry a gun. Well, now he's got a gun. But if he didn't have some type of way to protect himself in a Pharaoh game, which, by the way, I looked up how to play Pharaoh and exactly what this game is. It's not a game that's played anymore, basically, in modern day casinos.
Really?
Yeah. So you can't go to like Las Vegas and play Pharaoh. But I was looking up its rules. But you're right that I guess that is what that's showing, that he's not an idiot. Like, that if you are playing because he had challenged this other guy, like, who's people are going to blow each other away over a wrong bet at this game. Like, yeah. I would have to be an idiot to be sitting here in the Wild West on this frontier town without some kind of defense. So he's got a shotgun under the table he can get to. So I guess that's what we're showing. And
think about it as a viewer. Even today when I'm watching it, every time the camera pans down and shows you that I'm like, our guy has a card to play here. Like, I'm ever reassured in that moment at the reminder that he's got a shotgun. So it calms me down even as the viewer to be like, okay, he's got a plan. He's not completely caught off guard. He's willing to blow these guys away if they're going to be if they're going to cross the line. And yeah, Rolls to Win Craps. He told us.
Yeah, I know.
Not
I
only
like
did
that.
you take them to see it, but there was a little bit of a controversy surrounding the age appropriateness of.
Yes. So yes, my dad says it took Heath and his brother to see this when it came out. And later, we haven't gotten to the scene yet, but my brother Sept was talking to me about one of the great traumatic moments of his childhood was watching Morgan get blown away and having Wyatt, his arms covered in Morgan's blood,
blood all over
that scene. So yes, I do. Yes, I saw this movie in the theater. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, listen, Rolls to Win Crap. That is great. My dad also got in trouble for showing me, he took me to see, or didn't take me to see Aliens, but right when it came out on VHS, I was, I think, 10. He's like, "You want to see Aliens?" And I was like, "Yeah." And it scared the hell out of me for years. I was terrified because in 1986, there was nothing like Aliens. So I had never seen such in-your-face terror in my life. And my mom was not happy about that. She's like, "You showed him Aliens?" Because of all the swearing. And I was like, "Yeah." But it gave me a lot of social credit at school. Because
I don't think you'd seen Aliens. So that's when you go to, after that, well, you do have the Josephine's interest, but she's with Behan at that point, and Behan's like, "Well, I think he's married," because she's
yeah. He definitely zings it a little bit.
Yeah, but then you go to their encounter on horseback.
Right. Yep. Josephine Marcus on horseback. And again, you get a little bit of their personality showing. He's like, "That mare's in heat." He's like, "We should separate them." That's his solution to this problem. We should separate them because the mare's in heat, which is, obviously there's an entendre between the two of them.
Absolutely. Yes.
But also his solution is the tempered solution, the policy, the don't engage solution. We should separate them. And what's her solution?
Let's run it out of them.
Let's run it out of them. Let's do something fun and spontaneous. So even there, the writers understood how these characters would respond to this one situation, and it plays out on screen for us.
This is why I was trying to understand her role. And obviously we have woman as temptress. It's like I said, that it was inverted because we know that he needs to accept this temptation, that he needs to go with her. But also, I was looking for the element of the mentor in this movie.
Yes.
And I was looking for how we often deal with the mentor, because she's there. So, like I said, we've dealt with woman temptress, but people can wear more than one mask, as Vogler would say, that we can have more than one mask.
That's totally true.
And so I wanted to go to page 48. So we do have the element, first of all, of sexual initiation.
Okay.
Which is obviously not completely literal, because obviously Wyatt has had sex and, is not, but this is figuratively a sexual initiation that she's
he's tempted by her. Woman as temptress, I think at the core is a sexual temptation.
Yes. But that also there is an element, Vogler talks about this, the hero's conscience. I think in this scene, she's definitely speaking to his conscience, and she's playing that element of his conscience.
Well, right. So she comes, and I actually don't like this dialogue.
Okay.
I don't have many criticisms of this movie, but I don't like her coming out with, "Are you happy?" It's such an open-ended, abstract question. I wish they came up with something a little better. Or a little bit more subtexty, like, why are you playing Pharaoh? Who's your wife? I don't know. I feel like she would, and maybe not, but I just thought, "Are you happy?" seems to be a little bit of a 1990s vision of the complete person. I don't know if people in 1876 were cared about happiness as much as someone in 1990, perhaps. But that aside, she leads into that discussion with that, which is definitely a character analysis, or to your point, an audit of his conscience and sense of direction in life. He's instituted this policy of settling and prospering with his new wife. He's not with her. He's out with you. The fact that they're there together still says something about where he's at with his wife.
Does he say "oh hell" again?
He might.
When
Oh,
she
hell.
runs off, does he go, oh, hey, let's run it out of him. Does he say, oh, hell again?
Listen, I don't know, but I would predict yes. Now that we're
Wait a minute.
after this
Now
discussion.
I got to figure that out. I'm going to look for that scene and figure that out. But just one second. So I was going to say about the hero's conscience. Here's what Vogler says. Some mentors, and this is why I was seeing her with a bit of a mentor mask on at this point. Some mentors perform a special function as a conscience for the hero. Characters such as Jiminy Cricket in Pinocchio or Walter Brennan's Groot in Red River try to remind an errant hero, which I would say Wyatt is, of an important moral code. Which is what she's doing. In Red River, try to remind an error. Oh, yeah. However, a hero may rebel against a nagging conscience. That's what he's doing. He's rebelling against a nagging conscience that he's not doing the right thing. She's trying to remind him of that. Would-be mentors should remember then the original Coldy story, Pinocchio squashed the cricket to shut him up. The angel on a hero's shoulder can never offer arguments as colorful as those of the devil on the opposite side. I think that's what they're doing here, and specifically inverting the angelic and devil trope.
I don't know if they're inverting it. I think that what they're saying is wisdom that we would associate with the devil, like temptation, spontaneity, lust, impulsiveness, gratuity, maybe these other things that we associated with the dark, with the devil, are the things that are holding him back actually by denying them. Because I would actually argue that I would not argue, confirm or agree that she is a mentor figure. And I would also argue that Doc Holliday fulfills this role as well at times.
Well, I think he does. Yeah, I think there are multiple positions. So Roll to Win Craps also says, okay, the Errol Flynn hat is better than the straw hat.
Oh, yeah, that's swashbuckler hat. This isn't straw, though. I got this in Albuquerque.
I've got the movie up. So what does he say? That mare's in season.
Oh, man, my head's sweating.
Well, we better break them up. What does he say? Run it out of him. Oh, no, he says, I'm an oak, all right. Oh, so he goes back
but that's still a reference to his resistance to temptation.
It is, yeah. So he does say, oh, I'm an oak, all right. Okay, so I'll take that line too. But on the other hand, if he had said, oh, hell again, that also would have been an acceptable line.
Absolutely. So anyway, yeah, but obviously his actions are showing he's interested in this woman. I'm a married man. You should not end up in these situations. Even if your intentions are completely benign, it's questionable judgment at minimum.
Well, this is one of those situations where according to the Bible or whatever, you avoid even the appearance of impropriety.
Well,
and he's clearly not doing that.
Well, the question is, what are you doing there? I mean, there is that question. And secondly, it's just not a good decision. It's not the kind of decision that I'll say this. You can say that everyone's blameless in these situations, but there are decisions and actions that foster trust, and there are decisions and actions that foster distrust. And a married man hanging out with a woman in this context would foster distrust. So it's up to you whether you want to invite that into your situation. He's obviously choosing to do that, which to me suggests in this case, A, he is tempted, and B, his actions are showing us that he is interested in this woman. And this scene and that case that I'm making is going to be contrasted in the very next scene.
Well, right. It immediately contrasts with the next scene. Right. So you do have you're going to immediately contrast the next scene. You also see, and this is the part of the scene where she talks about her interest in men and that she has a more masculine element of sexuality. And so you see that mix of the masculine and feminine in her.
Right. And she does not come across as conflicted.
She does not. Right.
So I think she has the right balance of masculine and feminine qualities to kind of have her secure. So my point is, he's not attracted to her for the feminine. He's attracted to her for both the feminine and the fact that she is complete. I think her completedness is what appeals to him. He's attempting to be complete by getting married and settling down, but it's not working. And his wife is not his future wife. Right. His wife's an opium addict. So this is not a good match for him. And they have the same subdued personality policy of non-engagement. Whereas this woman has the engagement policy, engage the world, touch the world, get out into the world, do what you want, live on room service, take a chance, do something. She's balanced though. So I think the fact that she's balanced seems to be the most attractive part of her in terms of the archetypal attraction between her and Wyatt. She's obviously a beautiful woman, so there's going to be that, but that's the woman as temptress. Her balance of masculine and feminine, I think, is in and of itself attractive to Wyatt.
I've got a point about inner mentors, but I'm going to hold that point for a bit because I was looking for this point as an experienced hero. So this is one of our ideas about how we can deal with an experienced hero. It's through inner mentors, according to Vogel. But all right, let's hold that point for a moment and go immediately to how this scene contrasts with the scene with Maddie in the bedroom.
Well, this is a test of wisdom and worldviews. So her worldview is balance, I would say, of masculine and feminine, and engagement, an engaged with the world policy. Whereas his wife is unbalanced, unhealthy, and she has a policy of non-engagement, which Wyatt has adopted, the policy of non-engagement. So go ahead. Go ahead and contrast those two scenes.
I was going to say we're contrasting. I mean, basically everything about this, the environment, the outside, the wild, the free versus the domestic, the constrained, the walled in, a very balanced woman and what I would say beautiful and feminine versus the opium addict, the opinions, everything that they're setting up from the scene and also the cinematography are opposite of one another.
Correct. And one is outdoors and the other one, the wife is indoors.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The free, the wild, the outdoors versus now we're inside, we're constrained by walls. It's dark. One is light and bright and outside, and now we're in a dark candlelit room.
Correct.
And for a woman who is not balanced and not all that, and he tries to bring that philosophy, so Josephine's philosophy to her. So he tries,
and it's rejected with mockery,
right? And she rejects what he's right. She rejects that offer that he's trying to do.
It's almost like she immediately detects the foreign nature of the idea and just squashes it. The foreign influence there that's coming in, and she's like, nope. She's like, Wyatt, what's wrong with you? You drunk?
Yeah, room service. What are you talking about? Right.
Yeah. She's like, you sound nuts, which makes sense because if hers and his has been, if Wyatt and his wife's policy has been non-engagement, then suddenly saying, why don't we engage the world more would certainly disrupt things in relationship.
And they end separated on the bed, but separated, and you see their distance.
Absolutely. Yeah, you never sense any chemistry out of these two. And the one problem I guess I have, not with this movie necessarily, but I'm always frustrated when I'm watching a movie and I'm like, how did these two ever end up together in the first place? But now that I say that, they actually do handle it here because he does attempt to be warm to her in this scene. So she's the one who's not warm to him, but there is a loverly quality to what he's trying to do by talking to her and bringing her into the idea instead of excluding her from it.
In that moment, it seems like he recognizes that he's missing something because of what has happened to him previously that day. And then he tries to kindle that with Maddie, and she rejects him.
Right.
So I think that's probably it, trying to say he's trying to, yes, he was out riding with Josephine, but then he makes the realization and tries to bring that home to his wife, and she rejects him.
Well, I think it's important too, because that thing, which we have agreed Wyatt needs, he needs an engagement policy with the world. And we just saw him introduce it into his life. Like, hey, what if we had an engagement with the world policy? She's like, nope. So right there, we learn as a viewer, this needed change is impossible here. That won't happen here. The wife is going to reject this. So that change can't occur in the domestic sphere. That is what that scene tells us. That if he's going to make the change, it's going to have to happen outside that domestic sphere.
Lord Fullmine, I see your comment, but I'm going to hold it until we get to it. I'm going to hold that comment until we get to it. So I've started so we can remember it.
That's a good question too.
Yeah, that's a good question. So let's address it when we get to that part of the movie. So now we go to where Curly Bill is it. Well, first everybody's drunk. Now we get into like the
late night.
Holiday is his Hungarian devil is drunk. Well, I don't know
it's
why.
Late at the saloon.
It's late at the saloon. We got the cowboys are drunk. The
good guys are drunk.
Is it LSD or is it something else? I'm not sure.
I think they call it opium. I think opium is
he also on opium as a result?
What's that?
Is he? I was just saying, is he also on an opium as a result of his going into that tent?
Who, Doc Holliday or Curly Bill?
No, Curly Bill.
Yeah, he's smoking opium in there.
It's opium. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like an opium den.
Okay. So that's when we're opening with that scene here.
Oh, well, hold on a second. There's the scene where Doc Holliday is playing the piano.
No, that's where we are, where everybody's drunk. He's playing the piano. Yeah. So go with that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and they just have another confrontation, and of course it has a classic line where Thomas Hayden Church, a smaller character, is challenging Doc Holliday by kind of pushing him a little bit, and and he's making fun of him, and you get a sense again through the drunken stupor that Doc Holliday is an educated man, and he's like, it is a nocturne. He's like, well, Camptown races,
right?
He's real uneducated. Then he's like, Frederick fucking Chopin.
Right. Which is
it's a great line.
The contrast between, this is something
even
real based.
But even the way that line is written, Heath, plays into the duality we've been talking about. Frederick Chopin is a very sophisticated, educated name, but he throws fucking in, Frederick fucking Chopin. Adds the barbarism in there too. That's the only way he can communicate this to this kid.
Right. Yes. I agree. We're disrupted when Curly Bill is out there blowing things away in the street.
Yes.
And
so he's
Wyatt,
high off his ass. Yeah.
Yeah. Wyatt recommends that the town sheriff not do anything. So Behan's not going to do something. It's like, no, this is a town matter. So he sends it off to White. Right. But then it's significant here that Wyatt says, well, just don't do anything.
Yeah,
it's
let him
non-engagement. Don't do anything.
Well, and what's even worse is while watching this, Curly Bill starts shooting at bystanders and passerbys. Like there's a guy that rides by on a horse and he shoots at him. I'm like, dude, this requires law enforcement intervention. This guy is clearly endangering everyone around him with this lucid trip he's on.
Yes. But then Wyatt recommends that nothing be done.
Yeah.
But that's going to leave it to the town sheriff.
Which I would argue is another refusal of the call.
And we know that clearly this guy is not up to the task. Now, he's going to go and try it. He's going to try to go and stop this situation. But we know that this is a guy who, like, one-on-one with Curly Bill, even though Curly Bill is high on the opium and everything else, on the whole, this is really not a guy who can go one-to-one with the Cowboys. And why leave him to do that?
And the Cowboy is acting erratically from narcotics. So I wouldn't even want to go out there and deal with this guy. I mean, you could see why people are avoiding this confrontation.
But we have the spirit in the town sheriff that Wyatt should have had. I'm going to go confront this guy.
He has
even though he doesn't have the actual capability to do it.
Well, he's going to engage Curly Bill. He has an engagement policy. I guess I better do something.
Which ends up in his death.
And we should I've debated this. Did Curly Bill do it on purpose or accident? What do you think?
I think that he did it intentionally. He pulled the trigger intentionally. I think, according to my reading,
he seemed pretty remorseful afterward.
He did.
I mean, I've even debated in my head whether he he did it intentionally, but only out of a completely narcoed state of, well, maybe I'll just, like just some weird impulse at the last second versus a maliciousness.
That's kind of what, see, that I could go with that he might not, that he pulled the trigger. He's clearly not in his right state of mind. So I don't know if but that he saw and he just pulled the trigger because I'm high as a kite, it's
a lethal shot,
and then just shot him in the, and then, oh my God, but I didn't get the interpretation of that scene that it was just an accident, that I was trying to hold over my guns and I accidentally shot him. So it was an accident, right? That ruled in court, but at least the way that scene plays out as far as the movie, I didn't get that was an accidental killing.
Well, while researching this movie, I could not believe the level of litigation that went through this conflict. Like, this movie makes it seem like it's all in the streets. There are court cases for years that go back and forth between these two. Almost all of this was litigated, including this scene right here, went through a litigation process. And there was a lot of problems because there was Judge Spicer. He was a real person. He was mentioned in this movie. He's a real person. And some of these judges were elected and captured by the Cowboys. So even though it was ruled an accident in court, there's a potentiality that was a thumb on the scale of justice by the Cowboys. I don't know in this personal case, but
I don't know either.
A shocking amount of litigation in the real story.
Sable says it was accidental. Sable says in the real life incident, Wyatt was there and saw it happen. He reported the sheriff tried to yank Curly Bill's gun away and it went off. Okay. I don't know about that. So that's important information. I'm just saying, as I'm watching that scene in the movie,
right,
I didn't get that it was an accident.
See, I was more in the middle. Where
more in the middle, okay.
Where I think, in fact, I thought about it long and hard when I watched it yesterday. I was like, did he do that on purpose or not? Because he looks truly remorseful, like he did it on accident. I thought it was portrayed somewhat that he did it on accident. He seemed to be surrendering his pistols. He held them in a non-threatening manner. However, he lifts it and pulls it in the movie. Yeah, he kind of. So my best solution to that was it was a drugged out impulse at the last second that he regretted immediately. That was kind of my thought. That's my thought. So Roll to Win Crap says that Sable nails it. But what you just said was my interpretation, because if they had wanted to say that, like, it was an accident, like as far as the movie depiction, that as he was pulling it out of his holster to hand it over, the gun went off and killed him. There could have been another way to do it when it was just shown to be completely accidental. True. That's true. I think it was portrayed ambiguously, though, on some level.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree.
But the situation leads to another confrontation, which was common upon reading on this. Just arresting a guy became an issue because, like in this case, they try to arrest Curly Bill. And they're like, "You're not taking him to jail." So the Cowboys come in to try to intervene on this arrest. The Cowboys say, "You're not taking him. He's coming with us." And of course, and this is where Doc Holliday, I think one of the first times we see him actually get involved is in this scene. And that's where there's this famous line where he's like, "You're drunk. I'll shoot." He was like, "You're probably seeing double." And he's like, "Well, I have two guns, one for each of you."
Well, I think that before we talk about, Doc Holliday showing up, Doc Holliday shows up. But then in the movie, I'm talking about from the movie depiction of events, we've got Wyatt Earp who shows up. And so at this moment, Wyatt Earp is getting involved. Like, yes, Wyatt Earp comes in here and gets really involved. And it's significant that he's getting involved to defend Curly Bill.
Great point. I never thought of that. You're right. His first involvement is to protect Curly Bill.
Yeah.
Or to arrest and then protect him.
Yeah, he shows up. Yeah. He's going to be arrested, but people are coming to lynch Curly Bill right there. He just killed a man. We're going to hang him up. And so his first real getting involved is the defense of the Cowboys.
Interesting. Great point. I never thought of that.
And that's 50 minutes into this movie. So 50 minutes into the movie, he shows up.
He answers a call.
He answers a call that he should have answered the previous call, which was stop Curly Bill. But then when the sheriff is dead, he shows up in this movie to defend Curly Bill.
Interesting. Very interesting observation.
And he's making a statement about justice in this.
Correct.
Like a dedication to justice that, well, this guy, this guy just killed a guy. Yeah, that's right. And he's going to stand trial for it.
He's going to stand trial. Because lynchings were occurring back then. And it occurred in fact, while I was reading this, there were several stories of some of these cowboys getting lynched or lynching somebody else. So, that sort of get a rope, hang them, justice happened all the time out there. And then, yes, Doc Holliday shows up, has this great line, "I've got 2 guns, one for each of you," as Sable says. And then, then Morgan and Virgil show up with the shotguns. And then, okay, that's just
too
enough
much
manpower.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we're not going to have the showdown in the street.
Right. Yeah. And this obviously leads to a rather innocuous final resolution. Curly Bill pretty much sleeps it off, right? And don't they let him go?
No. So he takes him in. Oh, by the way, there is this great scene where he's got who's the guy I'm going to make a canoe into your. They may get me in a rush, but I'm going to turn you another fantastically.
That's right. Yeah,
right
he put his gun right up to him. So right away. So here's where we see the gunslinger of Wyatt Earp appear, the persona, and I love Ike Stanton. He ain't bluffing.
And you're not as dumb as you look, or stupid as you look, or whatever. Yeah, that's right. Then he's gonna kill me. Yeah. Okay. Now, actually, at that moment, I was keeping track of his guns. Where did Wyatt get that gun?
I don't know.
Did he pull? Is that one of the sheriff's guns? I would be interested to know.
He probably got it from behind the bar.
Well, he could have. Actually, I'm going back to look at right now. Let's see.
So a lot of times they would have to surrender their firearms to the bartender. So there would have been firearms available to him behind the bar.
Yeah, but Wyatt has already been established. I think we're going to have an inconsistency here because Wyatt has already established he doesn't carry a gun.
But if he got it from behind the bar, it would have been somebody else's.
It would have been somebody else's gun,
right? But
then again, there are guns sitting right there. The sheriff's gun and Curly's gun.
Yeah,
I'm watching right now.
But what about the sheriff's gun and Curly's gun? He might have taken one of those guns.
Oh, no. Okay, actually, it's true. Why we don't know. We don't know because Wyatt just ran up and hit. Like the scene starts where Wyatt enters with hitting Curly Bill with a gun on the head.
Okay,
so he entered the scene with a gun. So ambiguous as to where he got it. But yeah, he opened up and had a gun. Okay. So we don't know.
So then I'm left to assume that he reached behind the bar, grabbed one of the guns there, and then ran out to confront Curly Bill.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. I was keeping track of that because it seemed to be significant when he's going to pick up a gun.
Yeah, he knocks out Bill. He cracks him over the head with it, doesn't he?
Yes, that's exactly right. Phoenix has got that too. Yeah, so he brought it to the fight. He brought a gun to the fight. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, that's true. So he brought that to the fight. So that's known as far as when the first time he picks up a gun. And of course, Josephine is watching all of this.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, it's a town event.
Yeah, Josephine is watching that next to Behan. So this is when, so he is arrested. And then after this, you've got all the brothers playing, in the bar.
Okay. And this is when he recounts the call.
That's when he recounts the idea that he was taken before the judge and the judge rejected. You can't have a murder without a witness. I wasn't there. I didn't see. Right. And so he recounts what happened to him. So that's when you have that and like, oh, well, we did all this stuff. It really didn't matter, apparently. Can you imagine that? He got off.
Okay, so that was my point, is that a lot of these judges were compromised by the Cowboys because they actually elected some of these sheriff positions. And I was reading that the Earps actually would support one and the Clantons would support another. Like it was a real big thing. So you can't have a murder without a witness was the legal interpretation of the event. Curly Bill's allowed to go free. So you're right. It establishes the idea that the legal system will not solve this problem. Curly Bill just shot a guy in the street and is off the hook.
So Roll to Win Crap says that what I was trying to contrast, that's probably true, but I was trying to contrast this from the storytelling perspective and the story structure. Roll to Win Crap says Wyatt would never not have a hidden gun. So,
which I think is set up by the shotgun under the Pharaoh table.
He has the shotgun too. But I'm just saying from the story structure perspective, just from the story structure, that you've established that he does not carry a gun. Then later we're going to have a very determinative and a scene with huge impact when he walks into his home and pulls open the drawer, and then you actually pan over the gun and he picks it up. And so I would say that from a storytelling perspective, we would have the establishment of he has no gun, and then now we've got this very significant scene where he's picking one up. But as it turns out, from other things that had to happen in the story, he has held a gun before then, and he actually even ran up with that.
But I still agree with Heath that from a storytelling standpoint, if you establish this character doesn't have a gun, in this scene he has a gun, you've missed showing us how he got it. I think all they had to do is show Wyatt run behind the bar and grab one, because we haven't really established where that gun came from. One of the rules, and this I used to run into with people who love The Last Jedi, you can't have people watching the film make up the reason. As reasonable as that might be, having an audience member make up the reason to fill in that gap shows that the gap is there. And a good storyteller shouldn't leave that gap. You should actually show where that gun.
To me, it's a very weak point. It's a weak criticism of this movie.
Totally. It's not. But this movie does everything right. But this was one of the small cases where there is a small skip in the.
It was supposed to be really significant that he doesn't carry a gun. So when he picks up one, that's going to be a major element in this movie. And so we kind of had a bit weaker because we had the shotgun, and then, he brought a gun to this fight. So there were there were elements when he's had a gun before the major reveal, which is when he picks up his gun. It's got his name on it, and you know he's about to go to business because he's picked up a gun.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I would like to point out, because this next scene gets into it, that the refusal of the call, or as you called it, the rejection of the call, a sustained effort to reject the call, I would say applies to all the ERPs, because they're all, and that scene is last issued in this next one,
right,
where they're playing the billiards.
We have at 55 minutes, we have another rejection of the call because the mayor comes back in and they reject. But it's not necessarily all of the brothers, because we have this idea that you back your brother's play.
Yeah.
So we have the idea that, well, if Wyatt is making the call, we're not involved, then the other brothers are going to back that play.
Yeah, whatever Wyatt says.
We have we have the rejection again for the third time of the mayor. The mayor comes up, so we have the rejection of the call third time. But then immediately after that, we obviously see that Virgil is upset by this.
Now,
we're not making the right decision.
Well, so there's two things that happen. Virgil's the one that actually is the voice here, because he's like, we're all busy. And then Kurt Russell pounds his pool staff twice. Mm-hmm. So Virgil rejects the call and speaks for the ERPs in this case. However, and what's interesting about that is we stay with Virgil here. Virgil rejects the call. He goes outside, and there's a child in the street.
Oh.
And one of the cowboys comes storming through, and it is Virgil who goes out and grabs that child from being trampled. And the mother sees it, and she grabs her child, and she's grateful. And he looks the woman in the eye. She has scars. I noticed she has scars on her face, more evidence of brutality. And Virgil begins to rethink his position in that scene.
Well, I think he starts to rethink it a little bit before that, because I was about to say I love the scene. I love that scene where Virgil protects the child. Yeah. But it's slightly before that when he starts to have second, because you see him, even the pool scene, sit down holding his pool. And so he rejects the call, but immediately after that,
remorse.
He's not comfortable with what's going on, even in the pool hall. After he's done that, he's not happy with it in that moment. And then you do go out to, you have him go out, and I love the imagery of him protecting that child with his body.
Yes.
It's a very powerful scene.
And he's the oldest of the ERPs. He's the least physically capable, and yet he's going out there and doing it anyway and getting it done.
There is the scene where you're seeing everybody else play pool, and Virgil is there with his hat down, and the pool stick.
Good point, because you need that is a transition from we're all busy, second thought, bad event happens. Now we have something while he's in this moment of doubt, he gets confirmation that the doubt is founded.
It's justified. Right.
Right. Justified.
Right. And so that's what's going to get him to get involved.
Which leads so this segment of the story is all carried by Virgil, by the way.
Yes.
He's the one who rejects the call. He's the one who has the remorse. He's the one that saves the child. Next scene, it's Virgil posting the new rules on weapons and firearms on the sheriff's wall.
Yes, exactly. This was when, World of Wind says, good show, good night. Got to catch the end later. Yes, it'll be on the Table Talk channel. So if you got to come in and watch the replay, we'd love to have you, of course, on the replay. Whether you're watching live or on the replay, we'd love to have you. But the new Table Talk channel.
I would fire a couple rounds into the ceiling at the Birdcage Theater for you.
Yeah, definitely do that. Let me go ahead and put. I'll put the link down just one more time in the comments. So if you're here on the Heath Geekverse channel, the Table Talk channel to this is here in the comments. So click there. So if you don't get to watch all of it right now, its permanent home will be over on the Table Talk channel.
Awesome.
We're rebranding it, so just so that you know. Okay, so yes. Virgil gets involved. Morgan backs the play.
Right.
I'm going to back your brother's play. This is another situation with the gun. So of course we have great dialogue again. Talk to him, will you, or hit him? and then that's when you find out that Morgan is backing his brother's play and is also
he shows him the badge. He's like, "Oh, you too."
Right. So immediately after that, Wyatt takes off his gun belt and hands his gun to his brothers. Actually, wait a minute. So that must mean that he's picked up a gun before then, and so that's part of the mild critique. But it must mean that that's the first time I picked on that. I was like, wait a minute, I should be paying attention when he picks up a gun, because obviously he was carrying a gun at that point, because he takes off his gun belt and hands it to Virgil.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. So they're establishing that he is wearing a gun again.
Right. But so this is when I wanted to mention inner mentor.
Okay.
So the inner mentor, this is Vogel here who's talking about the inner mentor, and he says, in some Western or film noir stories, the hero is an experienced, hardened character who has no need for a mentor or a guide. Okay. And he says he has internalized the archetype, and it now lives within him as a code of behavior.
So he is the mentor in a sense.
So, right. And what he's going to do is he's going to recall his own experiences, which he's about to do in this scene. The mentor may be the unspoken code of the gunfighter, or the secret notion of honor harbored by Sam Spade or Philip Marlowe. The code of ethics may be a disembodied manifestation of the mentor archetype guiding the hero's actions. It is not uncommon for a hero to make reference to a mentor who meant something to him in an earlier life, even though there's no actual mentor character in the story. A hero may remember, my father, mother, godfather, drill sergeant used to say, and then call to mind the bit of wisdom that had become critical in solving some other kind of problem in the story. The energy of the mentor archetype may also be invested in a prop, such as a book or other artifact that guides the hero on a quest.
Okay.
So I was looking for that in this movie because he's an experienced character. So that's why I was saying it may not necessarily not be the hero's journey, because we're telling a different kind of hero's journey and we're experiencing these archetypes differently. So I was looking for a scene when Wyatt was going to invoke the inner mentor. And he does here, because he does it toward Morgan. Because he starts to say, listen, all those years, this is an exact quote, but it's like, all those years I was working those cow towns, I was only messed up in one gunfight, and one man lost his life, and I took it, And you don't ever want to know how that feels. So the closest that I came to that element was this. He's talking about past experience.
Yes.
And he's trying to impart that to Morgan. Now it fails. It doesn't take. But that idea, I think, is present there, that obviously he doesn't need somebody to teach him to be a gunfighter. I mean, obviously not.
Right.
But he has the wisdom of past experience that's going to come up. And in this experience, he's trying to impart that to Morgan.
Good point. Yeah. So it gives you another layer on his non-engagement policy.
Yes.
That he believes that taking life is something that's difficult to bear, morally and spiritually. That's essentially what he's saying. But you're right; it doesn't hold. It's not enough justification for non-engagement, because Morgan and Virgil rejected. They continue comfortably, confidently, as deputies. The new sheriff.
Yeah, Virgil may be the new sheriff who takes the White's place. That may be the case.
Okay.
And then Morgan may be deputized. I think that's the situation. I think that's
so. But this certainly shifts things, because it's showing that the moral imperative of non-involvement that Wyatt embodies is losing ground in the story world.
And also the idea that you back your brother's play. And now Wyatt is not doing that.
Well, let's put it this way. Wyatt's play is non-involvement. Virgil's play is now involvement. So it's not just back your brother's play. Morgan is choosing one brother's play over the other at this point. Morgan is the swing vote.
That's a good, excellent point. Yes, that's an excellent point. So immediately what happens after that is the Doc having sat there for 36 hours and gambling.
Well, real quick, I just want to address something that Lord Fullmind said.
Oh, okay, absolutely.
He can't sit the one right below it.
Okay.
This is interesting because it's that he can't sit around while less capable men are acting. Let me add a caveat to that. Yeah, it is a great point. Less capable men are acting and getting killed. They're not up to this, and they're paying prices with their lives. So it does say a lot that a capable man is refusing, and these smaller men are answering the call and getting blown away.
Well, so, I think this one above it, Lord Fullmind says, I didn't see this. Why it does, though, he needs to relearn the idea of duty. Virgil, Morgan, the town sheriff, all are glaring reminders that a man who is capable of action is duty bound to act. I like that. I like that a lot.
Very good. Yes.
I like that. I think that's an important element. Thank you for bringing that up, Lord Fullmind.
Great point.
The element of masculinity in this film, which I think runs throughout it, and what it means to be a man. And I think you're absolutely right on that. That it's the message here is that if you're a capable man and you are seeing injustice, you are seeing that you are duty bound to act. And other men take this up, and our extremely capable hero Wyatt is refusing to do that. Yes. I think that's excellent. Yes.
That's a great point, because it does drive home the pain as a viewer of watching these small heroes get blown away while the great heroes stand on the sidelines.
Because Wyatt could have gone out there to solve the Curly Bill situation, and Sheriff White would not be dead.
Yeah, well, I guess I better go do something. It falls to this guy.
Yeah.
And then look, he gets chewed up in the jaws of this beast of the cowboy regime. And even in this scene, Wyatt is resisting. He's still refusing.
He's right. There have been several layers to this, because he did get involved, but to defend Curly Bill.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he's kind of not again. And so it takes a long time to get him to accept the situation. And someplace in one of these books, and I think I've got a note and a page number anywhere, that in order to get a hero like this to ultimately accept the call, it takes great tragedy. They have to experience great tragedy to realize that they're not doing the right thing, which is what happens to Wyatt.
Right. And I will point out, and we'll get into this as we go here soon, Wyatt commits to the call at different levels of intensity.
Yes, right. He steps his way in, right? Because like I said, the first he got involved, but it was to protect Curly Bill.
But even his next involvement is a notch up, but nothing matches his final level of involvement.
Right, exactly, right. Exactly. Yes, that's so important too. So we get the drunk scene in the bar, which also has fantastic dialogue.
Loving man.
A loving man. You're being called loving man. Yeah,
I love that, dude.
But then also, what is it? He gets called, and I forget who's the Clanton that's there or whatever it is there, and Doc Holliday is like, well, maybe poker just isn't your game. Let's try a spelling contest. And it's just,
I know. Oh man, and Doc comes across as real taunting in this, and still very drunk. There's a scene where what's his name stands up. Ike Clanton stands up in a fury, and Doc's just leaning back, laughing, makes no effort to protect himself. I'm like, man, he is not concerned about Ike Clanton right now.
He is not, but I also think that this is when I made the note as I was going through here that I think we're watching in Doc Holliday the ultimate destruction of the masculine.
Okay.
That he's going so deep, he's going into self-destruction. This is because you're about to also see that he gets such situations, he's got to see the doctor, and that's when you get the doctor scene.
Yeah.
He's going, that he's displaying all of these things that we like about him. We're talking about his taunts and all of that in here, but that he is a self-destructive individual.
Yeah.
And knowing we don't want Wyatt. Actually, I hadn't thought about this at this point, but Lou talks about this. Lou Anders talks about this. The bad example.
Yep.
That if you have a hero. Oh, this is also in Casablanca. I'll have to think about this as in deeper, because I was talking about the parallels between this and Casablanca. Because in Casablanca, you have this character who is the bad example. And also in Star Wars, Darth Vader is the bad example for Luke. Often you have a character in the story that is, if the hero gives in to all of his worst characteristics and gives in to all of temptations, what does he become? If Luke gives in, he becomes Darth Vader.
I am using the bad example in my next book consciously.
Oh, I love that. Lou's the only person I've heard explicitly talk about that. Maybe other have, but Lou talks about that very explicitly. So if I get to have him back, he's been very busy, so I haven't got it. But I want to talk specifically about that because that's part of his story structure. You have the bad example. It's a Ferrari, I believe that's his name, in Casablanca. The guy who's the other owner, the fat guy. That he's what Rick would become if he just gave in to all of his materialistic impulses.
The policy of non-involvement.
The policy of non-involvement, and hey, let me just make money. I'm just going to run this thing. So if you give into, I'll think about it. I'm not completely sure about this, but I'm thinking about this now. That if we don't want Wyatt to give in to all of his materialistic impulses, and if he does that, what happens? It's self-destruction. Right. He does have tuberculosis. Yes, I know. Yes, he does. Which is apparently why they call him Lunger.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
Hey, Lunger.
But yes, but I think from a story structure perspective, we're looking at self-destruct. He doesn't take care of himself.
No, not at all. He's consciously on this like self-destructive path.
On the self-destructive path, yes. We love him for all kinds of reasons, but he doesn't embody what you want to be. It's Wyatt that embodies what you want to be.
Right. Wyatt has a future. Doc does not.
Doc does not. Yeah.
But yeah, Doc ends up passing out.
Doc passes out, right.
He starts coughing. So now we start to see the proof. We had evidence, and now we have proof that Doc is not okay. He's not just a drunk. He's not just past his prime. He's now falling onto the ground because he's no longer capable of functioning. He's physically incapable of functioning. And this, of course, stops the confrontation between him and Ike. And Ike is running his mouth once again. So this is another example of Ike taunting and threatening everybody at the Oriental. And as he's backing up, making more threats, he runs into our man Virgil, our new man of action, who promptly knocks him out, which, of course, creates the scenario with which the OK Corral incident begins.
Now that I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about the difference between Ike and Billy Bob Thornton's character. because they're both people who run their mouth and can't really back it up.
Well, I think Ike is a little bit more proficient than...
Ike is a little bit more proficient, right? Yeah, but they're both loudmouths.
True. They're both loudmouths. I've always been intrigued by Ike Clanton because he always backs down. He threatens, menaces, and then he always gives up in this cowardly way. And then the second you turn your back on him, he's pulling out guns and shooting at you. He's a very bizarre type of warrior that has this strange cowardice, and yet he continually engages. He is constantly dogging you. So he is a
He's
bizarre
more
type
difficult
of...
to deal with than Billy Bob Thornton's character because of that.
Correct. Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton knew he was overmatched and powered down.
and this kind. So I think he embodies, or Ike Clanton embodies some type of archetype that you're like that. That you're like, fight him, and then okay, well he backs down, and then
you know who else that reminds me of is Gollum. Gollum would back down and act cowardly, and then you forgive him, and then he's acting devious again.
Right? Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. That you like he backs down, and so it's right. There's a forgiveness. Well, all right, if you I'm sorry. But then as soon as your back is turned, he's drawing a gun again. Which
totally.
Was not
and Clanton does this throughout the whole film.
Yes,
he's like semi-dangerous, semi-menacing, always taunting. To your point, that's Johnny Tyler which is Billy Bob Thornton's character. But then every time he's confronted, he kind of backs down in this childish, cowardly way, and you just don't. Nobody ever really does anything about him. But then he's back again. But his arrest here is what is the catalyst for what would become the famous confrontation showdown at the OK Corral shootout.
Yes. So yeah, Ike also thinks he has a gang backing him up, which makes him that like, oh, I don't have to be tough because I've got.
Yeah, totally. And I know guys like this. They run their mouth because they think all of you are going to back them up.
Yeah.
So anyway, but that's Ike Clanton. He's kind of the back and forth there between tough guy talk and total cowardice. But he is a force to be reckoned with, at least in the portrayal in this film. And from what I read about him, he was definitely
because he's connected to this gang.
Yes. Well, but he is a driver of action in a lot of ways.
Okay.
And they give him important tasks, which will be coming up here soon. But he is arrested, and the Cowboys don't want one of their guys going to jail. So they try to intervene on this level. And
this is when you have wearing your badge doesn't make you right.
Right. So there's this, I love this scene. There's the one scene where Wyatt's standing on the porch, and I think it's the younger Clanton comes up to him, and he's like, I'll fight you right now. And Wyatt grabs the gun and hits him over the head. Grabs the other guy's gun and hits him over the head. Funny enough, I found out that pistol whipping is part of the actual lore of the OK Corral, that Wyatt Earp, part of the grievance, because remember, all these things get litigated, which is insane. But one of the grievances was that Wyatt Earp, a citizen, pistol whipped and accosted one of the Cowboys. That was one of their lawyers' cases. They're like, well, you can't say that it's all innocent. He physically assaulted one of these men. So that funny scene where he's like, I'll fight you, and he grabs him and hits him, that's part of this lore. That was actually part of the problem that led to continued escalation in the history of this event. But in the film, it's great. It's hysterical, and you just get a sense that the wise veteran always has one move, whereas the young guy just has his brashness going for him.
You cut back to Doc Holliday and the Doctor and the Hungarian Devil. Which is when you're talking about, we have the scenes in this where she's egging him on. She's pushing him on.
Right. Yeah. This is where you get the woman is temptress to death. She literally shoves the cigarette in his mouth while the doc says you've lost 60% of your lung capacity. You shouldn't ever do this again. He's like, stop everything right now. And she's like, how about not stopping and smoking this cigarette instead? He's like, I'll do that. So this is more of the dark side of the woman as temptress, or the woman as continue to engage the world. So, maybe to your point, Heath, structurally, you have the bad example of the masculine warrior and the bad example of woman as temptress paired.
I was about to say that we have an example, a good example of woman as temptress, Josephine, who we know that ironically Wyatt is supposed to accept. But here we have an example of woman of temptress who we really know that Doc Holliday needs to reject.
Right. His policy should be to non-engagement at this point. And she's like, no, keep engaging.
And you're right. You're right. So I think that, yes, the Hungarian devil, whatever her name is, and Josephine are deliberate juxtapositions of one another in this story.
I think that's great. You have a double pairing of the bad example in this case. That's actually a good observation.
This is very sophisticated storytelling. I think these are all reasons why this story does so well. This movie does so well. This is very.
I always say that good stories get stronger as you unpack them. Bad stories fall apart, even with small scrutiny, and have nothing at the center. When I unpack The Last Jedi, I can't get very far before I'm so frustrated that I just have to switch off. But a movie like this, I'm discovering so many things I've never thought of, and it just strengthens the movie for me.
I am too. And it makes me want to be sure that I can write something that deep.
Well, it's the themes are the broad stroke, and then you slowly whittle them in. And I could say this from my limited experience as a writer. A lot of times these themes are there unconsciously. And if you're good at identifying them like you are, you find it and then you craft it and hone it. And this movie has some hallmarks of that. It seems like it was intentional now that we're unpacking it.
So you have the funeral scene where they're coming by murdered on the streets of Tombstone. And then this is when you have Wyatt Earp accept the call on one level higher. He's not completely in yet, but it is very important when he says, I guess you'd better swear me in.
Well, hold on. There's no funeral yet because the OK Corral hasn't happened yet.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on. Have I not done that yet?
So right now, there's
no funeral. Yes, you're right. Excuse me. Forget that.
Okay.
Forget that. No funeral. Right.
Okay. Because I was trying to.
Yeah, you're right.
So the arrest of Ike Stanton and the pistol whipping of the young kid on the porch leads to a fight's coming. The Cowboys are coming this time.
Right.
So there is the looming confrontation between the Cowboys and the Earps, and this is where our hero reluctantly accepts the call.
On one level higher, you better swear me in.
You better swear me in. That's right.
And then he goes back home, and his Maddie is there, and he's wearing the badge, and that's when he goes over to the table and he to the desk drawer, and he opens it up. And then that's when you focus on the gun and go down the gun barrel. And then on his handle, it says Wyatt Earp Peacemaker. And he picks up the gun. So that's why I was like, that's an incredibly important scene because you've established earlier that I don't carry a gun. And he picks it up right there. Although we found out that it was actually weakened a bit because he has held a gun prior in the story.
Yeah,
but that's the moment
brought that up.
When he picks up that gun. That's the moment when we're supposed to be saying that he's accepting.
Yeah. Now, again, knowing that, you could actually go back and revise the film. You could say someone gave him the gun when he knocked out Curly Bill, and then he gives it back. Like you could have worked with that. As it is, such a small issue.
It's such a small issue. But
right.
Going back and thinking about it, I don't know how I would have dealt with him having the shotgun under the table. Maybe that's another thing. But I think I would have had him come by and pick up one of the guns that was out there on the ground and then hit Curly Bill with it. But this is a very small issue. Very small issue.
100%.
Sable says this movie is extremely archetypical. The way the story is told makes the characters themselves operate on a barely emotional level, but they absolutely operate as archetypes. They're fulfilling expected and necessary roles for the purposes of this particular type of story. Sable says, we understand, for example, the relationship between Wyatt and his wife on an intellectual level, but it's practically bloodless as far as the actual feeling of it.
But it serves its purpose, and which I think is what Sable's even saying. It still serves its purpose, and it all fits together in the overarching narrative. Like we're able to follow it, we're able to unpack it, and the characters are consistent, which is another thing that a lot of modern stories don't do well. The characterization does not seem consistent to me. But this, as we're unpacking it, not only do the characters seem consistent, the themes seem consistent, and the use of those themes seem consistent. So there's a lot of levels this movie works, which is why it probably stands the test of time. My theory is that movies that are put together correctly will stand that test of time, and the ones that deviate too much from the archetypes will not.
I agree. So this is when
interesting. That's a good
Doc
point.
Holliday walks up. Is that what you're talking about, Sable Phoenix?
Yeah, just the last point, that even though the emotion might not be there, the punch still happens because the archetypal design is sound. So yeah, you don't need Stella. You don't need over the top emotionalism to get these points across. You can get it across. Like even in that scene I said earlier with the confrontation between Wyatt Earp and Johnny Tyler, he doesn't hit him. There's no threat there. He doesn't use a gun. You're able to deliver the results of the confrontation without force, without fighting. So same is true with these archetypes. You don't have to go over the top with it to make your point. I think that's what a lot of these inexperienced writers are doing there. To make their point, they're going over the top with it, and they weaken it by doing that.
So now I think is the appropriate time to talk about this. Doc Holliday is about to walk up, and we're about to go into the sequence to the OK Corral.
Right.
And also, this is but before we get into the specifics there was obviously a deliberate decision in this movie, obviously deliberate, to put the gunfight at the OK Corral at the middle point of this movie. It's not really the middle point of the movie. We're at 1 minute and 9 minutes in. Wyatt utters the "you'd better swear me in" line at 1 minute and 8 minutes into the film. This is a 2-hour movie. So it's beyond the halfway point. So we're beyond the halfway point, but we're still basically halfway into this film, where we're about, at 1 minute, 9 minutes, 1 hour, 9 minutes, we're about to go into the gunfight sequence. That this movie deliberately decided, let's put the gunfight at the OK Corral at the middle of this movie, roughly speaking, right in the end. What about that decision?
I think it works for what they're trying to do. I think their aim was to, Wyatt goes after these guys. So I think they decide if even the Cameron Pasha method, they said the end is going to be Wyatt enacting vengeance on the posse. The beginning is Wyatt showing up at Tombstone. The middle point then would be the OK Corral, because that's the inciting incident that leads to the wrath of Wyatt Earp. So from that standpoint, it makes sense. I don't mind it. I think they didn't treat the OK Corral as the finale. So that's what this movie says. The OK Corral wasn't the finale. The finale.
I don't mind it. No, I wouldn't say that mind it, but that I wonder. In fact, I wonder if that other movie did that, like the Kevin Costner movie. I'd be interested to know where they put that.
Yeah,
because it seems like just the realization that the gunfight at the OK Corral, then everything should lead up in this movie to this incredible gunfight. We'll make that now.
I might actually watch that other movie just to see how they compare to this now.
How they structured that, I would be curious to know, because that does seem non-standard. I mean, it's perfect. I mean, this is where, and in fact, I'm going to bring up a point about what happens after this, because Sable brings up Morgan's death, which is we're going to get to, which is after the gunfight. But we've brought this point. I would say that Wyatt is still not 100% committed at this moment.
He's not.
He's not. Right. Yeah. Okay. So he's not. Yes. Because we still have one more step for him to go to commitment. Because in this moment, he's not backing his brother's play. Because the play is that Virgil says, "I'm going to go and disarm them," and he argues against it.
Right.
And he realizes at this moment that Doc Holliday shows up. And Doc Holliday is about to back Virgil's play.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
And Wyatt's still not. And then that's when he's like, all right, well, your call then. And then he does give some instructions on how we might do it. Put this, give Doc Holliday this. But he realizes, I got to back my... So here's another step into this.
Well, so Wyatt says, Virgil, it's not worth the risk. And Virgil says, goddamn right, I'll risk it. They're breaking the law.
Right. Very black and white.
He's the older brother pulling rank at this point. He's like, you're goddamn right. So you're right. Wyatt's vacillating. Virgil is absolutely not vacillating. Morgan is going to back his brother's play, which is Virgil's play at this point. And Doc Holliday is like, let's do it.
And this is exactly what Sable brings up. I'm very interested to hear what you guys have to say about Doc's line when Wyatt tells them you don't have to be involved. And I love this is a fantastic line. That's a hell of a thing for you to say to me.
He takes offense.
Yes.
So we have Doc, who has the ultimate engage the world policy, and Wyatt, who has the non-engagement policy. And I think this line is a contrast between those two policies, and it puts Wyatt's policy on the back foot. Because not only is Wyatt come across as wrong, when he suggests non-engagement for Doc Holliday, it's not right or wrong. It's personally offensive. That's an interesting response, in my opinion. Instead of, I'll do it. I'm willing to do this. That's a hell of a thing for you to say to me. How dare you suggest I wouldn't engage in this situation?
But I think it even goes back to the point about backing your brother's play, that Doc Holliday is not an actual brother here. He's the fictive brother. He's with them all. And he's the one who backs Virgil's play. And to the point of offense, like you're talking about. And that after that line was like that Wyatt, I think, realizes he's doing something wrong, that even Doc, who is not Virgil's blood brother, decide to back his play. And I'm not. And that's when he changes his mind.
I think that's awesome. And you're right. And it is fast. When I was researching this, I was just fascinated by how much Doc Holliday was involved in all of this. And to your point, he's not a Clanton. He's not a Earp. So it's very interesting, his motivation to stay engaged in all of this.
It is. So we're going to come up with that line too later. But Sable says, I think it's foreshadowing this exchange later on. Why are you doing this? He's my friend. Hell, I got a lot of friends. I don't, which is another fantastic line in this movie.
Yeah,
it gives another reason, because he's not literally a brother in the blood sense, but these are the people that I got. So what do? You back your brother's play.
But it places such a premium on friendship, that line. And it does so poignantly that, like you said, it's such a great line. It makes all of us be like, man, having a friend really matters. No, not just, a friend in concept, but a friend who's there, who shows up, who engages with you. That is a big deal, that line. And we'll get to that line, because no one who watches that movie can be unmoved by that line.
So then we go into, again, one of the other just amazing things in cinematography that it happens to be in this movie. The stroll down the street, and then
the approach.
Yeah, the approach, and then the actual shootout.
The approach to the OK Corral. While watching it, I was like, this is what I want here.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, here are the Earps and Doc Holliday, played by iconic roles here, going to the OK Corral. They're armed. The music is tense and good. We know they're up against a large, widespread, vicious group of cowboys, and we know that this is going to be bad. Plus, it's a historical event. So there's the added cool factor that this happened. And I was going to say, while watching their approach, there's this weird scene that adds so much to it. They're coming up, and there's this building on fire in the background.
Yeah, I know, and I was actually thinking, we're not exactly sure why that's on fire, but they're moving past a building on fire.
Right. They don't explain it. It wasn't on fire before, as far as I could tell, but there it is. But the fact that it's burning and these guys aren't worried about it, they're worried about the OK Corral. Psychologically, it tells you a lot about the endangered status of this town and the low priority in a wooden town that is given to this burning building in the background.
Another kid, the kid runs out shooting, and they're like, that's bang, 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 bang. It gives you the jump scare as they're moving on.
That kid's lucky he didn't get blown away.
I know, right? They're lucky that kid didn't get blown away. Exactly.
The story of the OK Corral could have been a very different story.
And then Behan runs up and is like, don't worry, I disarmed them. Right on their side, don't worry. And they're like, oh, you disarmed them. Oh, right.
Yeah, this guy. This is the weakest guy of the movie. He took the Cowboys on. But it is interesting that although it's this guy's a coward, there is an attempt to stop the violence. I think that seems to be the fear this guy's out, like, oh my God, no.
That all hell is about to break loose. Just right. I've got to stop this.
So having researched this a little bit, almost all the events as portrayed in this film occurred in this movie. So they were in it was called like the lot behind the whatever. So the place that they were at, they were drunk. There's even a little hint that the Earps were overly aggressive here, believe it or not. Apparently these guys were wasted, and there was the law about carrying your firearms in from out of town, which these guys came from outside the city limits. Due to Apache attacks on the U.S. Army, they were allowed to be armed outside city limits, and then you had a reasonable amount of time to disarm before you were going to be confronted with the law. So these guys came in and then went to this lot. So there's a case, at least in the litigation of the time, that they didn't have the reasonable amount of time to fully disarm before the Earps confronted them, which is interesting to me. So it starts also with Ike Clanton again. Don't shoot! I'm unarmed, and he runs up and he grabs Wyatt. That's in the case. That's in the litigation of this. That he runs up unarmed, grabs Wyatt Earp and begs him, and then when Wyatt Earp tells him to get the hell out of the way, he runs off into that dime store or whatever it was. I forgot what they called it, but so all of these events are as documented, which is really amazing. The movie gets it right.
Except for in the shootout, probably the most controversial scene in the movie from the movie making perspective, which I noticed immediately, is that Doc Holliday makes 3 shots from his double-barreled shotgun.
Oh, that's continuity. You can't have that.
It's a problem. And so I've seen a lot of people on YouTube and break this down, like what goes on, because there's those 3 gunshots from his shotgun, because he shoots up to scare the horse, and then he shoots, and so it seems like the most probable thing that people are coming up with to try to explain those 3 shots is that the second and third shot are the same shot from different angles. So that's what people think. In order to explain that away, that maybe what you're seeing is
still an error.
It's still an error, and I see that. I'm like, that's so weird to have him shoot immediately 3 times from that double-barreled shotgun.
It strikes me now that the filmmaker just loved him shooting up in the air to spook the horse and getting him, that they're like, well, just do it.
just do it. Right. Yeah.
But yeah, you cannot have, in my opinion, that seems like such an easy error to catch and correct.
You could have just deleted something.
But he could have just fired a pistol to make the horse jump, or something, or even whistled, or, you could have come up with a solution there. But it's a good gunfight. Like I said, mostly historically accurate. And of course, it's all triggered by who? Doc Holliday winking at that one kid. And the one kid gets so offended. The other's like, oh, shit, this is going to happen. And the whole thing plays out pretty much as portrayed in the film, where they kill 3 cowboys in the end. Including, and this is the important detail, one of the 3 cowboys killed was Ike Clanton's younger brother.
Oh, okay.
So that's a key detail, because in a war between the Clantons and the Earps, which is really what this was in Tombstone, having one of the Earps shoot and kill the younger brother of Ike Clanton is certainly you've crossed the line. Now you're killing us. So I don't know if they set that up that well in the movie, that point, but it certainly lets you know that this is going to escalate far beyond anything we've seen in the past.
And the Earps come out shooting, and it seems to go in their way in the initial exchange, and then, oh my God, then they start getting shot up.
Yeah, like this one guy just starts hitting them. And there's that one guy who kind of stands hunched over and just shoots from the side on the whole time. Yeah, it definitely doesn't go well. It's not a one-sided battle. It's a pretty brutal exchange of gunfire. But the end result is 3 cowboys are dead.
And they try to kill, Doc Holliday, and he's got the extra, because he got the extra bullet in the other gun. Come and kill him. That's an intense scene. It is intense. It doesn't glorify. I don't think it glorifies the victory, because there's consequence to it.
Oh yeah, Virgil and Morgan are both injured in this from gunfire.
But then it also, the result of this is also very good when everybody's coming up to them and trying to figure out what's going on. and the women, and you also see Josephine there.
Yep.
But also his wife. Yep. I don't know if historically Josephine was there. I don't know what
I don't know about that either.
Right. I don't think about that. But they contrast her with his wife, Maddie.
Oh yeah, there's an exchange. They're aware of each other in this.
They're aware of each other, right? Oh yeah. And Behan comes, all right, time to arrest, and they shrug that off. That's not gonna happen.
So let me point out that this was litigated. Ike Clanton pressed charges against Wyatt Earp for murder, and this went on some level to trial. So I'm telling you, it's crazy how litigated all of these events were. Like the Clantons, as wild and as unruly as they're portrayed in this, they were very litigation heavy. So they defended themselves legally constantly in real life. And Wyatt Earp was brought up on murder charges for this. So him saying, no, Behan, I'm not going to let you arrest us. It's a great line. And I love it. It actually echoes a little bit about the reality that Wyatt Earp got himself in some legal trouble here with this bat. They all did. All the Earps did. Like they said, well, Wyatt Earp accosted. He wasn't a deputy when he hit the guy over the head. So he said he physically assaulted one of the cowboys. The cowboy didn't assault him. He assaulted the cowboy. So from a litigation point of view, you can hear the case that's made against the Earps, and it's a little compelling. It's an interesting case.
I'm gonna have to read more about that.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
So
which now this leads to the funeral procession.
So yes, I skipped ahead because I saw the street and I skipped ahead. But now, yes, now you go to the funeral scene, right? Yes, and because they're talking about murder in the streets of Tombstone, and you go by a particular tombstone in Tombstone that is there. They pan by it when they're going by the into the funeral. And this particular tombstone, my grandfather brought me a picture of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and you scroll by it, and I'll look for it when I see it. But there's a tombstone there in Tombstone in the cemetery, and the guy's name is Les Moore.
He just said, yeah,
Les Moore, and so it says Les Moore on the tombstone, and it says died of 12 slugs, no less, no more.
That's a real tombstone?
It's a real tombstone, and they pan by it in the movie as they're going out.
That's great. That's like an Easter egg back in 1993. That is awesome. Good to know. I had no clue on that.
But yeah, so and then you see them injured and the funeral. Yes,
less is more.
It's 4 slugs. It's 4 slugs. Okay, that's it. Yes, Sable's got it here. So no, it's Les Moore died from 4 slugs from a 44. No less, no more. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's exactly it.
Oh man, it's amazing the sense of humor these guys had at such a tough time. Oh my God. Yeah, no less is no more. Less is no more.
No more. Thank you for correcting that line. That yes, I was looking for it as it was going by. But I had a picture of that tombstone.
What a great thing to include too. That's great.
Oh, that's in the scene where they first enter Tombstone. I knew they show it someplace. Okay, so that's when they first enter Tombstone. So that's a real tombstone.
I didn't know that either. So during the funeral procession, there's the discussion. Morgan confirms what Wyatt Earp said. I killed a man. You don't ever want to know what that's like. And Morg says that it wasn't what I thought. So there is a humanizing of the moment in that there's some remorse on the side of Morgan Earp that this was a little touchier than he thought it might be. So anyway, it leads eventually into, I think, round 3 between Ringo and isn't Ringo drunk here and he shows up on the street?
Yes, but here it's the guy with the glasses who you told me who's the guy, because he's now a deputy.
Breckenwood.
Breckenwood, yeah. And I love this. There's more great dialogue there because he's like, you killed my friends. I don't want to talk to you. I'm just a nobody, but if I wasn't, I would fight you.
Yeah, that's some good dialogue.
Yeah, And then more great dialogue is when Wyatt looks at him as he walks off and goes, "All I ever did was laugh at him."
No. He says all they ever did was laugh at him. So what he's saying is the Cowboys.
All they ever did was laugh at him?
Yeah, he says he's like, all they did, meaning the Cowboys, all the Cowboys ever did was laugh at that guy because he's effeminate. And so what Wyatt is saying is that he's that loyal to these guys, and all those guys did was make fun of him, and he's still that loyal. So he's recognizing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I never know. So you're right. I'm looking at it with the subtitles on. I had misheard that line. So that's right. He says all they ever did was laugh at him. Oh, that changes everything.
Yeah, it would recontextualize it pretty quick because he's saying they just made fun of this guy, and yet he's very loyal and moved by this and very anti-Earp, even though he was the butt of all their jokes.
Man, that's even better dialogue and better writing. Really, it is. Because I thought it was funny if he goes, all I ever did was laugh at it. Like he's really upset and he wants to kill me. It's like, all I ever did was laugh at that guy. But no, it's even better when they're like, and all they ever did was laugh at him. And he's still so loyal to them. Wow. Right. Wow.
Yeah. So he's like, but it is a moral reproach of the Earps in that scene. And his follow-up dialogue accepts that reproach as, we'll enter it into the record. I will take that into consideration. These guys are providing something that these people are loyal to them. Obviously, this is going to start to get sticky. This war against them.
That's another one of those things that, like, everything you get challenged on something, and you realize what you ever thought was everything could be wrong. Because I would have totally said that's what that line was, and it's not. And now I have to rethink my entire life.
What's funny is there's so many movies I saw from my childhood that I misunderstood what they said, and just like what you just did now, I've contextualized it, mishearing the word, and then someone does this and they point it. I'm like, oh my God, I thought that was the dumbest line, or I thought it was a funny line. It worked for me, and I missed it. I missed it that whole time.
But yeah, that's when Ringo now walks up very drunk to pick a fight. Right.
Right, and this is where we get the first famous line, "I'm your Huckleberry."
I'm your Huckleberry. And
Doc Holliday
is not drunk here for a change.
Yeah, he's relatively sober here. But it does show that the writers consciously set up Ringo and Doc as the two real rivals here. And this is like, I think we said round 3, where these two have some sort of a spar off in the streets. But in this case, the Cowboys pull Ringo away. They don't let him get drawn into a fight with Doc Holliday. He'd probably get shot here.
Now's not the time.
Now's not the time.
Curly Bill recognizes that. Because, actually, really, weirdly, we haven't seen Curly. He's set up as the big bad guy. Right. But then, oddly, because he's not at the gunfight at the OK Corral.
Nope.
So he kind of does sort of fade into the background a bit, and now here he is back.
Right. Yep, you're right. So the Cowboys pull him away. They avoid that confrontation. And this is interesting. You're talking about the femininity in the frontier town. The scene cuts to the women playing tarot cards, actually, in this house, and there's an assassin.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say that I call it the Dark Knight. You go in about an hour and 21 minutes into the film, the Dark Knight starts.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's sustained. And there's a killer out there in Tombstone. And
when Josephine tries to step in, she even says, "I know I shouldn't be here." Good. Well, actually, there's a scene right before that when Behan goes to talk to her, and you're talking about Behan being elected on the part of the cowboy and stuff, and he's telling her, "I know what's going on between you and Wyatt, but I want you to know something's going to happen tonight, and then at the end of this, I'm going to be in charge of this town." So,
yeah, yep.
He's making that play, and that's what causes her to go try and help out the Earp wives.
Right. But this, it doesn't really go well. Virgil goes out into the streets on a dark and stormy night, and they don't show the actual assassination. They simply cut to the Oriental, where Wyatt Earp and them are kind of staying up late, and Virgil enters, and they just start talking to him until they realize he's wounded, and he kind of falls over there by the bar, and that's when they run to him and they realize Virgil's been shot. There's been an assassination attempt on Virgil.
Well, and then immediately you end up with the attack on Morgan.
Was it immediate?
Right?
Well, hold on. Okay, according to my notes, it's not immediate. Wyatt, they want to get out of there. Oh, there's 3 cowboys that come up and let Wyatt Earp know that they're willing to defect.
Oh, right. Yes.
So you've got the 2 gunslingers, to your point, that were not cowboys. They were unaffiliated gunslingers that were capable. And I forgot his name, but the one who played Yandu, he says what they did was too much. I'm not with them anymore. So you have 3 guys
on the wives.
Right, the attack on the wives. So you have 3 gunslingers willing to join the Earps. That's important because that shows that there is still moral imperative on the side of the Earps. We've demonstrated that there's a little bit of back and forth on who has the moral upper hand. This helps confirm that the Earps have a good case. That the cowboys are the problem.
Because they shot up my wives. Whoever even heard of that? Who would go in and shoot up people's wives?
Yeah, that's crossing a line.
Another line that's been crossed. Yes.
But they established the cowboys in the opening scene, to your point, crossing lines multiple times in terms of breaking taboos in the art of war and the unwritten rules there. They break them all the time. So this is within their range, obviously, to do this. So, and then it does accelerate. They show Morgan playing pool, and this is true to history. He gets shot in the back. And according to the history books, Johnny Ringo is actually a suspect.
Oh.
According to the documentation, that he's actually wanted in connection with the possible shooting of Morgan Earp. So he is blamed for this. They think that Johnny Ringo did it. But yeah, this leads to Morgan's death. And he says an interesting little callback to his character. When we first meet him, he's talking about a book on spirituality. People see this light. And here he is dying, and it's kind of funny and kind of sad at the same time, but he's like, it ain't true. I don't see shit.
Well, that's part of what my brother was saying, that when my dad took him to see this at 6 years old, he was saying that one of his, and I think I was talking about this off of before the stream started, that my brother was saying, we went to see this movie. I was like 6, he was like 6 years old. And he was saying one of the most traumatic moments of my childhood was watching Morgan get killed and then them trying to extract the bullets, and
they couldn't get to it.
And they can't get to it. And Wyatt Earp is covered with blood. And then Morgan is saying, I don't see any light. There's no heaven. And there's blood, and they're screaming. And so apparently my brother in that moment was like, oh my God, what am I watching this movie? Like, so that was
his whole understanding of the world came crashing down.
I don't know what this is. So you do have to be careful what you show to children at what age.
It's true. These little things can have huge impacts.
Yes, absolutely. So you're right. They go to then the gunshot. But see, this is when I was reading in The Writer's Journey and The Secrets of Story, when you're talking about you've got this hero who is experienced, but he won't commit. And when you're trying to tell a story in that structure, it has to be tragedy that makes him commit. And I would say that when Wyatt is in the rain with the blood of Morgan and he is screaming, that's actually the moment of tragedy when he actually commits. He's tried to step into this, reject it, not be a part of it, and then he tried in a couple other ways to step into it, like wade into it. And that's only resulted in ultimate tragedy. So this is very late in the movie for this to be happening. This is an hour and a half, basically, into the 2-hour movie, when he's actually having to finally grapple with his inability or his unwillingness to get involved.
Right. So what is also interesting, you're pointing out that this is kind of late in the hero's journey, for example. That tragic, or you said in this other design, maybe where the hero's reluctant. I remember Lou Ender saying that one of the first steps in story is orphan, which occurs a lot. And he's right. I have noticed this. I would say that this is very similar to an orphan theme in which he loses his brothers. He's now alone in the world, in a way, in a way that detaches him from his family. So in a weird way, it's like a variant of that theme. He is now orphaned in the sense that he has lost his brothers. Because Virgil's ready to leave. Virgil's not sticking around at this point.
Right. Virgil leaves. Right. Yes.
So he loses Morgan mortally, and he loses Virgil physically, which leaves him in that. And the imagery of him, with the bloody hands is very, I'm alone now. So I think you're right. It's a tragedy. It mirrors an orphan theme. And this is enough now to push the character into extreme engagement.
Yes. He goes into extreme engagement mode.
So there's a funny scene, or there's a funny line here. Isn't this where Josephine Marcus basically accuses all of them and leaves? She wants to leave Tombstone now.
Well, they're getting out of here. It looks like they're all getting out of here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It looks like they're all getting out of here. And then Josephine does walk, because Curly Bill is also sitting there. And Josephine walks by and looks at them, and she doesn't say anything. But then
doesn't she just kind of cross the street and ignores everybody?
Yes. And then Doc says, and she walked out of our lives forever, or something.
That is the funniest line, because Doc has no tie with this woman. And he's making it seem like they both were in love with her, and she had something with, and it's just her and Wyatt. And he's like, it's almost like it's
like he's narrating Wyatt's life.
Like, and she walked out of our lives. It's like, what do you have to do with it? I always get a kick out of Doc Holliday there. That is so like him inserting himself in the moment that he doesn't belong in.
But then they walk by, and then, because that's when you think they're all leaving.
Yes.
And Wyatt's like, I'm leaving. I just want you to know that it's over. Right. And Curly Bill's like, well, all right then.
Bye.
Right. And then is it Ringo says, smells like somebody died.
And then they show Virgil, who looks pissed, and then they show Curly Bill's like, that was
like
harsh.
Oh my God, it's over the top. Oh my God, what did he say? Like that?
Yeah, like Jesus, that is rough.
Even I would. That's again one of those things like that. My henchmen are over the top, but they're not threatening my authority. So
yeah, I'm not going to stop them. I'm not going to rein them in. That's actually a good point. It still retains that dynamic. But it's a tough scene, because you are watching the Earps apparently surrender to the Cowboys and surrender the town to the Cowboys. They're leaving.
You're watching All Hope Is Lost.
Yeah, it's. In fact, when I was rewatching it, I was like, wait, the Earps left? Even though I knew what else happened, it still bothered me watching this scene, because it's like, oh man, it's like the Cowboys won. Right.
It is. They're up. All hope is lost. Yeah. Exactly. And then Curly Bill says to go and kill him.
Right. So this is where I'll make the point that Ike must have had some value, because he gives the assignment to Ike's clan.
You're right.
And he goes, take Stillwell and finish the job. Kill these guys. I don't care if they're retreating. You're going to kill them. And so this is true. So while reading this, there was another incident that was litigated where apparently Doc Holliday shoots and kills Stillwell, who's a real person in history. Doc Holliday apparently shot him at the train station and killed him. And then this was litigated as murder charge against Doc Holliday. Or was it Doc Holliday or was it Wyatt Earp? Anyway.
Well, in the show, I was watching this here, because then they're getting on the train and everybody's coming to get him. And then that's when you realize that Wyatt's not over. Wyatt blows Stillwell away with a shotgun.
Right. Okay. So it's not, but at this point, he's a U.S. Marshal. So that's a big shift. He's a U.S. Marshal. And this is really what sets it off. But what's interesting is he did kill Stillwell in real life at this train station. The way the movie portrays it, it's basically Wyatt took Virgil to the train station to let him leave and tricked the Cowboys into coming in so that he could protect Virgil's departure and still kill one of the Cowboys. So, and this leads to yet another escalation. And of course,
that's when all the other guys walk up behind him.
Yes, the other three gunslingers who have joined him, and we get the the big line. You tell him I'm coming and hell's coming with me. And he's like, hell's coming with me. He's like really irate about it.
Yeah,
so this is clearly
he doesn't kill Ike because he wants him to send the message back.
Ike gets away again.
Ike gets away again.
But he acts cowardly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
He's
like
cowardly again.
Begging for his life. But this is clearly a different Wyatt Earp. This is not the non-engagement Wyatt Earp. He's fully committed. He's at the highest level. He's a U.S. Marshal. He is now prepared to take on all the cowboys. So this is quite a switch from the non-engagement policy to the engagement policy.
And all of the violence that happens in the following sequences.
Right. There's a montage.
Yeah. And you're watching it as a heroic montage.
It's yes. It's almost like the Godfather ending where you settle all family business tonight. They show a guy get blown away in the barber shop, in the brothels, in the saloons. They have the scene in the opium den where he thinks he's grabbing an opium pipe and it's the barrel of a gun and Wyatt Earp blows him away through the head. So there's quite a range of them off guard getting just blown away by Wyatt Earp and his men. The wrath of Wyatt Earp. There's one scene where it comes in like, don't move. And then I said, by all means, move. Yeah, isn't it great they could still find humor for Doc Holliday in a montage?
Right, yes. It's Wyatt's becoming the Pale Rider from the Bible verse, the opening movie. It's not revenge, it's a reckoning.
So there's dialogue attributed to this. I can't remember where it was. Okay, so it's actually coming up. The dialogue takes place after the battle on the creek, but I'll point out a weird inconsistency in the dialogue later based on this dialogue, this first line, where he's like, it's not revenge he's after, it's a reckoning. And they're trying to understand Johnny Ringo, and what makes him tick. And I think Wyatt proposes, he's just motivated by revenge. And it's a very intriguing challenge to that by Doc Holliday that he says, it's not so much revenge, it's a reckoning, which is quite a statement. He's basically saying he wants judgment. He wants final judgment, which is almost like the fatalism that Doc Holliday is partially pursuing, this fatalistic, self-destructive course. So it sounds to me that Doc Holliday understands this about himself, and therefore he recognizes it in Ringo, which is consistent with them matching up as the evil and good version of each other. It suggests that Doc Holliday is after a reckoning as well, because he knows it's coming. And that's great dialogue. It doesn't come here. It comes later in the film, but it's coming up. In fact, we could probably get to it. So this huge montage, right, of him, slaughtering these cowboys in all these circumstances leads to another huge confrontation at the creek.
So he kills Curly Bill at the creek. They have that big fight at the creek.
Well, it's interesting because the cowboys get the jump on Wyatt Earp and his men. He's like, we got you boys a little crossfire. And there's guys coming up behind him and there's guys coming up in front of him. And it's a pincer. And Wyatt Earp is trapped in the middle. He can't go backwards because the guys are behind him. And the Curly Bill's boys are on the other side of the creek. So Wyatt Earp, and I don't know why, I kind of get a kick out of this scene. It always comes across as a little funny to me for some reason. But Wyatt Earp is like, no. he just wades into the water and with the one word mantra of no, and starts shooting up the place, which there's some good dialogue too, where the boy's like, what is that? Everyone seems like mystified by Earp's decision here. It's almost like,
everyone else has the same thing, the experience that we do. I think that's why that works, because it's not like he does that and then everybody's like, oh, it's okay with that. Everybody else is shocked by what's just happened.
What's interesting is I'm not saying this is that, but it reminds me of the Shield Maiden moment, because one of the things about the Shield Maiden is the sudden defense is so sudden and sure that it is shocking to the Minotaur. So this has a little bit of that shock value. People are like shooting at him and can't seem to hit him. all the bullets just keep going by him as he's like, no, like a Terminator. But this draws Wild Bill out into a one-on-one, which is a little bit more of your classic hero's journey finale, where there's a one-on-one in single combat, which is what Bill essentially offers him.
Right.
And Wyatt Earp blows him away.
I think that's important too, that you've got two instances which you think could be the end of this movie. the shooter that the OK Corral, but that's not the end of the movie. But then also think, okay, if it's not that, it's going to be the death of Curly Bill. But Curly Bill is also not the end of this movie.
Correct.
Yeah.
They have set up Curly Bill and Wyatt Earp, and they set up Ringo and Doc Holliday, and that is still unresolved, clearly. And
There's still someone else out there after Curly Bill.
Well, and what's crazy is I would make the case, and I think this is a strong case, that the resolution of Doc Holliday and Ringo is more powerful to the film than the resolution between Wyatt Earp and Curly Bill.
Well, I agree. Yeah, I agree too.
Isn't that crazy though? You'd think in a Wyatt Earp focused film, like you said, this should be the finale. This should end it.
Robert says Doc Holliday is that judgment. We're talking about judgment reckonings. Doc Holliday is that judgment. He sees himself in that role. He is death.
He is the angel of death. He is the reckoner.
He is also dying. So that's interesting too, that if he's embodying death, that he is also the one who is dying.
Well, I think you're right. All I'm saying is I think that Doc Holliday understood what Ringo wants because he also wants that reckoning. But to your point, he serves the role of the reckoner in this without a doubt. So he becomes Johnny Ringo's angel of death, which is such great stuff coming up.
Sable Phoenix says the actual gunfight was crazy. The cowboys all thought Wyatt got hit, but they actually hit his saddle horn. He had bullet holes through his jacket on both sides.
Holy cow! So it was just nuts. You hear stories of this stuff.
There are those times in life where it seems like someone just is invincible by fate. Like they've actually got plot armor in real life. I think that's the feeling they were going for in this scene.
Well, they pulled it off. Yeah, I've heard that George Washington in one battle had a similar scene. I think Winfield Scott Hancock in the Union Army had a scene like a moment like this in real life. There's several accounts of this.
Caesar has moments like that.
Who does?
Caesar.
Exactly. There's all these moments in history where somebody just presents themselves and this force of presence just throws everybody off. And they like someone just said, they become or appear invincible, and they get to manifest this invincibility. And it is quite a thing.
Well, it's happened to George Washington more. It happened to Caesar more than once. Like when I was reading some of Caesar, and I need to do it some more, because like you wouldn't even believe that a person like Caesar existed. Like, if you wrote the story of Caesar, you're like, this is impossible. Like that. But
yeah, I read on his invasion of Britain, and it's an amphibious landing. Way back in the day with Julius Caesar, and then the Brits come into the water and confront them, and there's this huge battle in waist deep water. I was like, how come no one's made a movie out of this? This is incredible.
There's so much Julius Caesar that should have a movie.
Julius Caesar is the one I was talking about.
Yeah, Julius Caesar. Yes, but yeah, and even here they say, like, have you ever seen anything like that when they're dealing with the fight at the creek? Have you ever seen anything like that? I haven't even heard of anything like that. Alexander the Great was also similar. Yes, Alexander the Great.
Yes. Yeah, and I love dialogue like that.
But it emphasizes that we think that was ridiculous as viewers. They also think that was ridiculous.
Correct. And it gives credence to it when you show how other characters react, especially to fantastic events. Or is a character dangerous? Well, if everyone cowers, then yes, we're seeing the reaction of people.
It reminds me of the scene in Star Trek 3 that we were talking about when somebody goes, it appears that they have regenerated Mr. Spock. And then you see the Helms officer go like, what are you talking about? It's like that same kind of thing.
But
like,
you just
sell this by in-universe dialogue.
Exactly. So you're taking something that's hard to believe in real, and this is a real life situation, and you still addressed it with the disbelief of the characters. In Star Trek 3, it's a rough plot line. So we're going to acknowledge that with this helmsman, and then we're going to move on.
We return to the death of the guy who it must have been Claiborne and Fuller. They left last night. Where Josephine and the
Oh,
actor
yeah.
is dead.
Well,
And
hold
this
on.
is when all the ugly
Real
stuff.
quick.
Okay.
Before we get there, this is the part of the movie where that line is delivered by Doc Holliday, where he's like, why are you getting involved?
Yes, right. Yes.
He's like, why are you doing this? And he goes, Wyatt Earp is my friend. And the other guy, Texas Creek or whatever, he's like, hell, I got lots of friends. And very somberly, he's like, I don't. And it just stops you. I think man to man, it's like, it places such a premium on friendship, and it shows you what it would be like, what it might feel like to have such a scarcity there. And I don't know anybody who doesn't react to that line.
You were completely right. That's one of the best lines of the film. Oh, I got lots of friends.
I don't.
So that tells you everything you need to know, right? Yeah.
Exactly. It tells you a lot about Doc Holliday and where his values are, and it's certainly a value we can get behind. It's not, that's the one like bright light in his self-destructive course. He still values friendship and enough to die for it. So bravo. I mean, Doc Holliday, that's why he's one of the greatest characters. Everyone, I appraise homes in my secret life, and I'll be in homes every now and then, and I will still find Doc Holliday posters on the wall.
Really?
Yeah, it's amazing. I'll still find Doc Holliday posters. I was at a sporting event the other day. This is like within a month. And they had all the sports memorabilia. And then toward the end, they had some movie memorabilia. And the best thing that they had was a giant thing of Doc Holliday. Like this, it was like a mirror and poster thing, I think. And it just said, I'm your Huckleberry. And I was like, that's the best. This is the best item in this on this table. And it was Doc Holliday from a 1993 movie. So, but then getting back to the film, this is where they shoot the actor.
Right. And this is when, so you're dealing with the conflict between the civilized world and because we've clearly gone back to lack of civilization.
Yes.
Because of what we've seen. And so we want to see where the movie's trying to show you the consequence on civilization. And
right. And I would say, to your point earlier, this is the feminine case against this barbarism.
Right. Yes.
She's accusing civilization of failing to live up to the most basic feminine standards, and is accusing, she's judging them all guilty.
And this is important because we have seen the masculine approach of Wyatt Earp be so celebrated over the past 20 minutes of this movie or whatever has been the train scene to this moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolute extreme masculine approaches to problem solving have been extremely celebrated. I mean, I would say, absolutely. That's what
the movie portrays all of that in a heroic, exciting light.
A very heroic, positive, and exciting way. So it's important that we return to a consequence of that. And we have the feminine lack of understanding. Because we're all like, yeah, whoa,
get him, let's do more.
Okay. Yeah, but then we have the consequence of that and a lack of understanding from the feminine perspective.
And I think she says, he was beautiful and you are all ugly.
Yes.
That is her dichotomy of the world. There's beauty and there's ugliness, and you men represent ugliness.
And he tried to bring some beauty into your world, and you killed him for it.
Which is correct. And based on everything we analyzed in terms of the structure of the story, that line reinforces our interpretation exactly. That we have beauty being introduced into this barbaric world, and it had a place, and now it's being pushed out.
But it got rejected.
It's rejected. Right. So she's accusing them. It's an accusation against their way of life. And, I think there's a sense that this was bad. He called him a coward and they shot him is what she said. And isn't this where, Jason Priestley's character, that Billy Breckenridge, the effeminate guy, doesn't he ride off and say something here? Doesn't he join the Cowboys?
I think you're right because I think I think you're right because he's holding. Let me check this out again. He reach out and holds the actor's hand.
Okay,
because obviously he was, attracted to him, and he reaches out and holds his hand. And yes, so what does he do after that?
He gets on a horse.
Yes, Sable's saying he takes the actor's hand and rides off, saying there's got to be some kind of law out here. Yes, that's right. And then he rides away from the cowboys. Yes, that's exactly right. So he rides away as a result of that.
So he's rejecting the lawlessness too, which is in sync with his character, as we defined as he seems to represent the feminine beauty or the feminine sensibilities or the feminine side of this. So he's now rejecting it. She's now rejecting it. Femininity is retreating from this.
Yes, but of course he's representing that in a different way than Josephine does, because he and that actor are talking about how do men, whether they are effeminate or they are homosexual or both, like what is that? How do men navigate this environment when they're homosexual or effeminate? Which is different from how Josephine does it. So it's very interesting that element is in this movie. It's very interesting that element is not, because you might think that's an element that you would overlook. But the fact that it's included in this movie, and I don't know if that comes from a historical standpoint or not, I don't know. But the inclusion of that element in this movie is very interesting.
Well, but it seems very intentional. They clearly intentionally put Josephine in there to give us some voice of the idea of the feminine perspective and also feminine imbalance perspective. We had the Birdcage Theater. I think they set this up multiple times, so it was clearly intentional. It was consistent, and it was appropriate at each level. Like, here's a level where it's now judging this masculinized culture as guilty.
Right. No, I know that. I know that, like, her element. I'm just saying that it seems like it would be obvious to me to have the masculine and the feminine element that are contrasting. We're talking about Josephine, but then to have that hybrid kind of aspect of the gay men, that might be something that you would overlook, but the inclusion of that is very deliberate, but a very important part of this. But if you were just looking at this as masculine and feminine, you might miss that inclusion, but that inclusion makes a third angle on all of this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So now we get to, is it Charlton Heston? Did you say that it was?
Oh yeah, Hooker's Ranch. And I'm Hooker.
He does say something else too, like, don't worry, if they're going to get to him, they got to come over me. So there's more than just one line. There's to come.
Yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is with almost minimal on-screen presence, he just chews up. This, you get a sense that Hooker and Hooker's Ranch is safe ground.
Right. Yes. You
come here. You got Charlton Heston. You got Moses protecting you, for crying out loud.
So yes, when they says they can come over me, yes, this is the haven. The haven. Like Rivendell. This is like Rivendell in the Old West. Right.
Yeah, it's like he's Elrond. That is a great comparison. This is the safest place in the West. Hooker's Ranch. Doc passes out though here. Doc is in trouble, and also the Cowboys get deputized. So they
do say they're wearing badges, right?
Yeah, right. So now we're getting a mixed message about the legitimacy of the law. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. And my note is that Wyatt and the actress reunite here.
They do. It's very interesting that Josephine shows back up here, and they almost have a reconciliation. They could have at this moment, but they don't.
What happens if it falls short?
Let's see. He says, "I'm sorry about your friend." Wyatt says, "I'm sorry about your friend, and I'm sorry that I." And then she says, "I forgave you the moment that you said it."
Oh, so yeah, there's a partial reconciliation.
So I guess there's a partial reconciliation. He says, "You did well. Thank you." Thank you.
Oh, it's pretty light.
Then somebody else says, like, all set. Oh yeah, all set and ready to go on her carriage. She has to go because the job's not done. So there is a partial reconciliation, but the job's not done. So he can't fully reconcile with her because there is still violence he has to do.
Oh, well, okay. So McMasters, who's Yondu, one of the guys that quit the Cowboys, he's dragged up to the hill on the back. Some guy with a horse comes up, dragging the dead body of McMasters, and then shouts out that Ringo wants Wyatt one-on-one. We're going to settle this once and for all, and leaves him there.
Right.
So it's a duel. It's a challenge to a duel. And Doc Holliday is bedridden, and the duel is against Wyatt Earp. And there's clearly dialogue saying Wyatt Earp is not up to this fight.
Yes.
Ringo's too fast. He's too good. He's too deadly. Deadliest pistol in the West, they say. And he talks to Doc Holliday, and he's like, I can't do this, can I? And Doc is like, no, you can't. Which I always appreciate in hero stories, the idea of limitations. Like even in Rocky, you want to break me down? I'm afraid. I'm scared. I always appreciate that, because to me, bravery is always being scared and then holding finding yourself and confronting or engaging anyway. And here you have Wyatt, who's supposed to be the hero, realizing and being confirmed. This is being affirmed by the people around him that there's no way he can beat Johnny Ringo, which is pretty wild.
And what's it like to wear one of those? And he hands off his badge.
So here was my one point of contention with the dialogue, though.
Okay.
We had that beautiful line where he's like, what does Johnny Ringo want? Does he want revenge? And Doc says, no, he wants a reckoning.
Okay.
However, in this scene, someone says, what does he want? And same guy, Doc Holliday, says revenge. And then it's still good dialogue, but it's a little inconsistent. He goes, revenge. He goes, revenge for what? He goes, for being born. So I was like, it's oddly counters Doc's last message where he says, not revenge, a reckoning. And then here he's like, revenge. The meaning is a little different. He's saying that his anger comes from a place of not wanting to be born or having been born. Hold on. What's Sable? No, the line about wanting a reckoning applied to Wyatt. At the creek?
No, I think no wait. Okay, so I was misunderstanding what you were saying, Doug.
Oh, okay. Maybe I had something mixed up.
So there might be something mixed up. So you're talking about the reckoning line. Okay, we got to go back. You're talking about the reckoning line at the
creek.
At the creek. No. I think that line. I think Sable is right. I think that at that moment, Doc Holliday was talking about what Wyatt wants.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, wait. Well, let's check on this.
Sable's usually pretty good. I took that as he was talking about. That makes sense if it was said about Wyatt, a reckoning, because that tends toward the idea of justice in a sense.
Is that before or after Curly Bill was shot?
After
when they're all sitting down after that?
Yes. It's said in there.
Wyatt Earp. So this is the Wyatt Earp is my friend line. Is it before or after that?
Okay, yeah. So what is the line right before that?
Okay, right before that. Okay.
Yeah, so what is the context that line comes up?
Okay, wait a minute. So now I'm at the part where he's blowing away. He's blowing away
James Bacon, YouTube user. It sounds like Lord Fullmine and Sable all think he is talking about Wyatt. In which case, I would defer. I would concede. All those people, that whole list there is usually pretty good.
Because I guess I didn't understand the context here, but I think I'm also gonna get that hand. I'm watching people blow each other away in a river. they're all blowing. Okay, so now we're after this in the river. Do you ever see anything like that before? And that's the hell no, I haven't even heard anything like that before. Nothing, right? That line.
Right.
And then where is he? Down by the creek, presumably talking about Wyatt.
Okay.
Walking on water.
Oh, yeah. So that's a joke.
Let's hope he's got another miracle up his sleeve. Because if I know Ringo, he's headed straight for us.
Okay. So that's Ringo.
Well, if there were my brothers, I'd want revenge too.
They're still talking about Ringo there.
No.
Oh.
I thought I think that line was talking about Wyatt. If they were my brothers, Virgil getting shot. So I guess this is the ambiguity. I thought he was talking about Virgil and Morgan. If they were my brothers, I'd want revenge too.
But I thought he was talking about like the brotherhood of the cowboys.
Oh,
that
so that's
Wyatt
why
just
that
shot
might
up.
be. He says, because if I know Ringo, he's headed straight forward for us.
Right. So they're
Next
saying,
line, well,
so
if
that-
they were my brothers, I'd want revenge too.
see, but that would be in my opinion, that would be a non sequitur. If he says Ringo's on his way, his motivation is you just shot up his brothers. So it's like they're saying that Ringo's approach is based on the fact that you just killed his brothers, meaning his brothers in arms. That's how I took that line. Even upon hearing it this time, I still think that that's true. However, I hear what you're saying.
Make no mistake. It's not revenge he's after. It's a reckoning. So, yes, I thought that the reference to the brothers was reference to Morgan and Virgil as well, because you're seeing, I think I got that from the site down by the creek.
You guys have a point. I can't act like I solved this, but it sounds like they're talking about Ringo. They're like, Ringo's on his way. If you shot up his brother, they seem to be explaining Ringo's behavior with that follow-up line.
I think you're right. I had interpreted the other way as well. I didn't know that was the line that we were talking about. Ringo wanted revenge because he's got the big hole in the middle of him.
Both pieces of dialogue work and are good pieces of dialogue. However, I feel like they're slightly inconsistent if they're both talking about Ringo. Which would make your case that he maybe isn't talking about Ringo in the first scene. I think I point out why I thought they were talking about Ringo, but I can't fault anybody for interpreting it the other way, because brothers in a literal term still applies to Wyatt.
Yeah. I hadn't ever thought about this ambiguity in this line before. Sable says, yeah, Wyatt's not after revenge. Wyatt's after
it makes
reckoning,
sense.
according to Doc.
Listen, you guys are making a great point that I had never thought of.
But you're right. It's kind of like when I just heard the other line that's all they did was laugh at him.
Yeah.
Like a new interpretation of a line. It's like, oh my God. So yeah, this could be
okay, well, that's interesting.
That could be the case. Grammatically, James says grammatically, I think Doug may be correct. The subject of the conversation might be Wyatt. Yeah.
I think as written, I can see why I believe that they're talking about Johnny Ringo.
But I think that what I thought is this right here. Sable says that they immediately cut right and are showing Wyatt standing by the creek. And so I thought since they were showing Wyatt, that's who they were referring to. I think the visual of Wyatt is why I thought that was it.
Well, then it would work. If you guys are right, which it looks like you are, I'll say that. Then it would make sense, and it would not make those two lines inconsistent.
Huh.
Hey, listen,
why we're doing the deep dive.
Yeah, no, that was a good little rabbit hole to go through. I think I was able to show where there was some ambiguity.
There is ambiguity there.
Flow.
Yeah.
However, it makes more sense the way you guys are presenting this, because technically you're totally right that he's not after revenge. He is after a reckoning. That makes sense with Wyatt. And then it doesn't conflict with the line that Doc Holliday says at the end that Ringo wants revenge for being born. Yeah, like exactly. Like the language technically works on both sides, but it makes more sense with Wyatt. I think that's where I'm going to be able to land on this.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it up.
Yeah. This that Sable thinks, yeah, I just pulled it up to watch, and the shot of Wyatt before that line means the dialogue refers to Wyatt.
Okay, well, they just said Johnny Ringo's on his way,
but they did just say Johnny Ringo's on his way. What's he after? Yeah. If you just
contextually it is weird, but I'm going to concede because I think it makes more sense.
Well, that's
for this to be referring to Wyatt.
Well,
and it makes more sense to what the problem I thought I had with Doc Holliday's answer at the end, where he says Ringo wants revenge, which I thought conflicted. But but the case you made proves that It's not in
So-
conflict. It's
So I
also-
do, I think it's ambiguous because, like James is saying, grammatically, when you're reading those lines, it does appear to apply to Ringo, but visually, they're trying to tie it to Wyatt, so it's ambiguous.
Well, and like I said, it makes more sense that it's about Wyatt at this point. See, that's why you got the smartest chat around.
I know. We totally
They
do.
They
We
get
totally
a
do.
lot right, man.
Okay, so then we're going into the gunfight.
Yes. And Wyatt is scared and prepared to go out and face Johnny Ringo. They actually show him, preparing himself to go out. And it cuts to Johnny Ringo, who does not look worried at all.
Yeah,
He is leaning up against that tree, and he's cool as a cucumber. And he reacts to somebody approaching. And he's walking up. He still doesn't look too worried about anything. And he's like, I didn't think you'd even show. I was always moved by the fact that Johnny Ringo looks pretty unintimidated by this face-off with Wyatt Earp, which is highlighted even more so when he realizes that it's Doc Holliday, and he does get scared. Fight's not with you, Holliday. And then he even backs down. He goes, I beg to differ. He's like, and then he's like, I was just funning, which is like the dumbest way to get out of it in a fight like this. And Ringo goes there. He goes that low bar. I was just funning is all. I wasn't.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, I'm here to kill you.
Yeah. Doc Holliday is ready to face this guy. They faced off several times. Yeah. We never finished our game, a game for blood, which was set up in their face off, I believe, when they were talking to each other in Latin. This was set up.
But also when they meet again, when he was really drunk and they were about to fight, but they got pulled off.
Oh yeah, he's like, I want your blood.
Yeah, I want your blood. I thought that was the second encounter was really what they were referring to. Right?
Actually, you're right. Yep. So yes, this has been set up through multiple phases of this movie, and here we got it. Nobody I know has forgotten this fight. The Johnny Ringo Doc Holliday fight is etched in our brains forever.
Okay, this fight though, it works, but it appears to go counter to a lot. Here's an example of where you go counter to what you would expect, because who are you expecting to kill Ringo? I would say in a traditional sense, you're expecting for Wyatt Earp to kill Ringo because it is his story. So my favorite part of the hero's journey is the help from without, which is Han Solo coming in.
Absolutely.
And he blows away the TIE fighters to allow Luke to take the shot. So in a much more traditional story structure, it's going to have to be Wyatt who takes, because Wyatt's going to take the shot and Wyatt's going to kill him. But I think there would be a fight here between Wyatt and Ringo's going to win. And at the last moment, Doc Holliday shows up and offers help, something that distracts something, and then that allows Wyatt to take the killing shot. And yet in this movie, the help from without is actually the one who finishes it. This would be like like Han Solo destroying the Death Star. Except
here's why I think it's different.
Why this one works here.
Because they set up the rivalry and the mirror image of each other between Johnny Ringo and Doc Holliday. We even established that they had mirror image women, that there was the meaning of the woman was in opposition. So they set this up. This would almost be like if Star Wars took the time to establish the TIE fighter pilot as Han Solo's number one rival.
Right. Yes.
Sir. Right. If they developed his character as equal to Han Solo, but I think you're right. Traditionally, you have the heroic partner come in and provide the help from without. They took the time to develop an actual rivalry as though these were two secondary characters, which I think we've argued become the more memorable of the two in terms of the rivalry and the one-on-one, the single combat, which is what this is. This is Heroes' journeys usually end in single one-on-one combat. And they established Ringo on one side and Doc Holliday on the other in about 4 separate scenes, which they took, which they emphasized. And here we have our final round with these two. So I think that's why they probably got away with getting Wyatt Earp out of this scenario.
Out of the climax, effectively.
Totally.
And it's very non-standard, but it works here for the reasons that we just articulated. But it's not, you don't want to just take this end and say this is what you should do, because this has been carefully set up. This is an exception to the rule. This is the exception that proves the rule. This one has been done, and you can see how it's been done. You can't just have, this is the help. You can't just take the end of this and apply it to other heroes' journeys.
Right. Well, this is a good example of, if you understand your story is deviating from a traditional path, you could start to unpack it in different ways. Like we've identified themes with Johnny Ringo as a mirror image of Doc Holliday. They're both educated men. They both knew their Latin. They spar. So the writer could possibly go back and emphasize that every opportunity he could to get to this point and build this out. So it's non-traditional, but I think effectively used and wisely used. And to your point, the secondary climax is the one that is almost the better of the two.
Yeah, because if it were just Wyatt, you probably would have ended with Curly Bill. If you're going to put the OK Corral in the middle, you end up with the not nearly as cool death of Curly Bill, and then you move to other characters, which is non-standard.
And Johnny Ringo's still out there.
Yeah.
And so the other
more traditionally would have been Ringo who got killed. I'm not talking about historic or anything like that, but you would have killed Ringo at the ford,
right? Which
and
would break
still had Curly Bill to deal with, right? Which does defy history. So and people do it all the time. You break from history for dramatic purposes. Let's say this movie chose not to do that. And what's interesting is the reality behind Johnny Ringo's death is that he died. It was ruled a suicide. He had a bullet hole they did say it was a 45-degree upward angle. So it was a strange shot. And he wasn't found for like a month or something after he died. But the movie took its pain to show that Doc Holliday, when he shot from the hip up at a 45-degree angle to kill him. So they're suggesting that he was killed by Doc Holliday, not suicide, and that the shot came at a 45-degree angle. And the way the movie shows it, it's strategic. Doc Holliday, which might believe he's a second slower, or a millisecond, I should say, slower, moved up, and he didn't have to draw the gun as far. He would just have to draw and shoot from the bottom instead of lift the gun and aim. So the 45-degree angle, according to this movie, was his strategy for combating Johnny Ringo's faster speed. I think that's a really awesome and clever way to handle that. That is pretty cool. I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
Yeah. And what's I always found it slightly bizarre, but still satisfying. He starts taunting Ringo after he shoots him in the head. Come on, bring it. I'm like, dude, you're really hitting him hard now. And we've never seen Doc Holliday act like this. So Doc Holliday really gets into this final victory and loses it a little bit.
As we said, that's also a difficult with the him staggering around with the blood through his, and then also
pretty horrific.
That's pretty horrific, especially for a 6-year-old. They're watching him. Okay, that's very intense.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, because it is a pretty horrible, like this lethal killer is reduced to this like zombie existence for his last seconds, and then you've got Doc Holliday, come on, yelling at him and taunting him.
You go through another montage of heroism.
Yep.
Where Ike Clanton we just want him to get killed.
I know.
And he tosses off and is sash, and so gets away again. Like from death, but that ends it. But you really, I guess for historical reasons or what, I guess he wasn't killed, but you really wanted him to die. And
totally
he did. And then
Yeah.
don't you go to the hospital scene, the sanatorium scene?
Yeah, well, that was before the Wyatt Earp thing, but
No.
oh, no, you're right. You're right. The sanatorium. Doc Holliday is bedridden.
Yeah. When Doc Holliday is bedridden. Yeah.
Right, and he has the great line, "My hypocrisy goes only so far,"
Which counters his hypocrisy has no bounds. Right.
Right, exactly. It's a beautiful bookend dialogue there, and then of course he says, "Let's finish it." The last charge of Wyatt Earp and his Immortals.
Oh, right. Yes.
I love it.
That was before he's bedridden, but yes, the last charge.
Yeah, so it's all solved in the montage, and then Doc is on his deathbed, and they play poker. Doc wins, even when he's not playing, and it's a pretty sad scene because we're all aware that this is it for Doc Holliday, and it's kind of an awkward goodbye because he just says, "Just leave me alone. Let's not do anything extra here."
Oh,
so
Sable says, "Do we have it reversed?" He said, "My hypocrisy goes only so far." Was said after he killed Ringo. My hypocrisy knows no bounds. Was in the sanatorium. Oh yes, no. It appears my hypocrisy knows no bounds. Is said in the sanatorium.
Okay,
so it's reversed. It is reversed. Thank you, Sable.
Huh? I wrote it down here. My hypocrisy Okay, I must have.
It's
tried to do it by memory, and
my hypocrisy goes only so far. Was said after he killed Ringo, because that has something to do with his badge, right?
Oh, then, okay, that works actually. Yeah, I wrote it taunts Ringo, and then which saves Wyatt's life, and then I wrote my hypocrisy goes only so far. Okay, so that works. I have the same order, right? And then Wyatt contradicts him.
But you're right. Yes, and then Wyatt contradicts him.
Okay,
it's
a sad ending between Wyatt and Doc Holliday. He essentially leaves. It's like an unresolved goodbye. It's just, all right, I'll talk to you later, and he gets up and leaves, which is how Doc wanted it.
It has to do with dignity. It's like, don't be here with me.
I agree. But also to your point about the idea of the mentor being personified by other characters. You said, and I agree with you, that Josephine Marcus is at least one of the mentor characters, and her message has always been to have an engagement policy, to engage the world, get all you want. And here, Doc Holliday, who I think is the only other character qualified to be a mentor character because he has real wisdom to impart and a code, says on his deathbed, "Go live your life, Wyatt. Go after that actress. Live with, you should go with her. Do it."
He can't live now. But you go live. You can. I'm here in this bed. You go live.
He actually says, I think, like, go live for me. Like, do it. Live for me. Like, go enjoy your life for me or something like that. And so he echoes this mentor-like advice that has been pushing Wyatt, and Wyatt's been resisting the whole story in multiple different tiers. I'd ignore her. Wyatt, you are an oak. So here he's like, don't be a fool, Wyatt. Go live your life. Go after that young actress that you like. Go after her. Live your life. Like, do it. Do it for me. So he imparts that final request on his deathbed.
So doesn't that take us to the final scene with Josephine?
You're right. The final reconciliation for Wyatt then is Josephine.
And I said this, I think that the weak part of the movie that I would identify, and I don't know how to fix that, but that when I watch this with other people, they go, wasn't he married?
Right.
Now, they are going to tell you in the epilogue that Maddie had died of an overdose.
Right.
Okay, but they don't do that before he goes and reconciles with Josephine.
Correct.
So when I'm watching this with women, they like, I get that response, like, and then they're like, wait, wasn't he married? And like, oh yeah, wait, wasn't he married? Wait, but so they do tell you that, but they don't. So a weak point in this film, I do like the weak point, I would say, because I think it's masterful. I would say that it would have been nice to have established that Maddie was no longer in the picture before this reconciliation, because people do think that, wait, well, what is it going on? I don't know where I would put it.
I would put it in dialogue. I would have him say something like, after Maddie died, I had to face. I'd ask myself what I really wanted in life, and the answer was sitting right in front of me the whole time. Something like that. I think you could have addressed it in dialogue quickly.
You would have addressed in dialogue in that scene?
You could have, or just show a scene of him putting flowers on her grave and writing off.
So that's what YouTube user says, maybe a deleted scene. That's why I was trying to think, where would I put her death? We got to put her death someplace between the train sequence, like the leaving on the train, like the start of his vengeance, and here. So it does kind of make me wonder, and I've never looked at the script, but if there was a deleted scene, because it may not have fit, it may be one of those things that was supposed to be there. But like what you're saying is what I would have added, like some kind of element, someplace in there where he's at her grave, flowers, and says something that would let you know that was, but it might not have worked. We've had situations in The Cultists where we had a great scene and then that we really liked and it was humorous and all of that. But then when Brianna's the director and then Brennan's the editor were looking at that, it was like it did not fit as far as pacing went. And so it just had to be gone. Well, so I'm wondering if there was a situation like that when they were like intended to have a scene like that and then the pacing just did not work.
Well, what might have been, what might have been the problem? So the final scene is Doc Holliday saying, "Go after the actress, go live your life, embrace it for me." If the next scene is him putting flowers on a tomb, did he kill her?
Right. Yeah, no, it has to be before that. Right. It has to be before that.
I'm going to go live my life.
I'm going to live my life. I got to get rid of this woman. And then, right. So you can't be there.
Oh, yeah.
You would have had to be before that scene, too.
Yes. So, yeah, because that would be too convenient. You go get that other girl. Well, my wife just died 10 seconds later.
Yeah. So it needed to be before the sanitarium scene. But that makes me wonder. We didn't pick up on a pacing issue. So it may have been if you're doing all these scenes and all of a sudden that would be a slowdown when like, okay, now you're at the grave and he's doing something and talking about something. So that's why I say it may just not have worked from pacing perspective.
I agree. I bet it would have, you would have had to have established that she died of bad causes by luck right after the last quest Wyatt was given was to get a woman other than her. So I think, you say women make comments about it now. It may even be more offensive if they're like, "Oh, well, isn't it nice that his wife just dies right at the moment he's ready for the other girl?" So it may have not worked either way, and it was better to just go with the faster pace here.
I think you would have had to put it someplace when he's losing everything. That another thing that he's lost is his wife.
Again, you would have to. That's a big scene, though. So
yeah, I know, but so it may not have, because you've got so much, it may not have fit. But I'm saying, right, I think you might would have to have, if you were just writing it, that's where you might have distinctively put it.
Yeah, but then
when you're editing it, you might go, "This doesn't work. We got to remove it."
Yeah. So yeah, I bet it was pacing for sure. But he does end up going after Josephine. And he basically says, "I want to live on room service," like you said. And she has we discussed it earlier, slightly controversial line because it recontextualizes it. She's like, "My family's rich. We're saved. There's no real problem here. You picked the winner." Does it? So here's the question: does it devalue her character at the end when we find out she's rich? It's easier to live a life of freedom when you don't have to work. Absolutely. I do think it took something away from her character. They just did it at the last second when it had the most or the least impact on my sense of her. But a woman who lives like engagingly on room service who's not rich is far more interesting than someone who's pampered and protected and is risking very little. So, yes, I do think it devalues her character a little bit.
But it was to me, it was a point of humor.
It was, but I think it was also historically accurate, wasn't it?
I don't know. That could be why it's in there too. That could be why it's in there. Don't worry, Wyatt, my family.
Well, if it was thrown in just for jokes, then that was a bad joke because it did lower the character's level of risk that she seemed to be selling us throughout the whole film. And pushing Wyatt around for not being risk-taking enough. But she's got money, so it's a little bit easier for her to give this advice when she's not as prone to the consequences. So, I tend to agree with Lord Fullmind here that
I take that point.
Maybe better to just leave that line out.
And they dance away, and the narrator begins again.
Right, and then we return.
And
to
I
the
do love the
documentary.
line. Well, I'm going to do what you want to do the first night we met. And she's like, "What? What are you
Yeah.
talking about?" And she dance.
Yeah, he's no longer an oak.
Yes.
So, but it returns to the documentary style with the voiceover, and then it kind of summarizes the several characters' ends, including his wife who OD'd on opioids.
Right, but that one's the one that goes out of order because Ike Clanton was shot and killed 2 years later. So you do finally find out that he died. Ike Clanton was shot and killed 2 years later during an attempted robbery. Next, Maddie died of a drug overdose. See, that one's out of time. That one's a step at a time because it says Maddie died of a drug overdose shortly after she left Tombstone.
Okay, right.
So it's way out of time. That one's going back. Ike Clanton dies 2 years later, but Maddie had died shortly after she left Tombstone.
Right, and believe it or not, by telling it out of order, you can almost imply that she died of an overdose after being left by her husband.
Well, yeah. Well, that could be. That could be. She died of an overdose shortly after that. But see, immediately after that, I don't know if that scene would have made sense because what do you have as soon as the train pulls off? Like extreme vengeance and retribution. To have him return because he's already had his major emotional moment with the blood and the death of Morgan. And that's why I'm thinking that it just does not work from a
I don't think it works at all because
you can't have him return to an emotional moment, especially since Maddie's death isn't caused by the Clantons.
Right, exactly. It's totally independent. And we've established through this whole movie how reluctant he is to engage. And finally, he's got the vengeance of God. He's the pale horse. And, oh, wait, my wife just died. So it's like you've been building up this slow, steady beat. You're crescendoing. And then, so yeah, I think it would have utterly disrupted the slow buildup that this movie decided to go with to almost establish in the context of wrath against the Cowboys, her death has no contribution to that.
Right.
Arc.
Right. And I think that's what I think they must have realized.
So yeah, I agree. I think they went with skipping it and just saying, look, we're just going to have to eat this one. If people don't like it, they're not going to like it, but we'll explain it in the documentary at the end. We'll explain it in voiceover.
Yeah. I'll still look for a script. I'd be very interested to look for a script, see if there is a deleted scene out there or in like a DVD, if they actually got shot or something like that, DVD extras or something like that. That would be interesting to know.
Yeah. If you find it, let me know. I'm very curious.
I will.
Yeah. I can't go out killing cowboy guys. Maddie needs me at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay.
That sounds like one of the things you throw out when trying to adapt something that's physical, something that's historical rather to the screen. And they did such an excellent job that one goes.
Right. And so you run into these problems and every now and then you just have to bite it. But for the most part, I feel like they tried to include most of the relevant information here. Internet Movie Script Database.
Oh, it's there? Okay. Well, we'll look at it some other time. I had a friend of mine who sent me, I'll go ahead and post this because I was going to send this to Doug as well. Wyatt Earp speaks on gunfighting on the frontier. A narration.
Oh, yeah.
Here, I'll copy this down here. That way you can get it from right here as well, Link. Doug, so Wyatt Earp, if you want to hear this was very interesting. Wyatt Earp speaks on gunfighting on the frontier.
Wow. And it's really him.
And it's what he said. I think it's narrated by somebody, but it's something that he wrote or something about gun.
Wow.
Oh, wait, so that's it gave me a YouTube or Facebook link because he sent it to me through Facebook Messenger. I'll send another just straight YouTube. Here's a straight YouTube link. It'll go there. But here's a straight YouTube link.
Yeah, it goes right there. So
I'm listen to that. Listen to that though. It's amazing.
Okay. That sounds pretty cool.
All right. Well, I guess that's it, cowboy.
Yeah, let's fire a few rounds into the ceiling. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Yeah, that's a great movie. One of my all-time favorites. Love this movie.
Tombstone is awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed rewatching it, and after this conversation, I feel like we've actually unpacked it in a way that allows me to appreciate it even more than I ever did before.
Me too. I agree. I agree. All right. Yeah. Well, everybody, yes, Sable says, great conversation. Everybody like the stream. Please do like the stream. I'm going to be turning this private on the Heath's Geekverse channel. Its permanent home will be over on Table Talk. So if you are not already subscribed to, I don't even know where that link is right now, but here it is.
Is
the
James
Table
coming
Talk
on
channel.
the
Come right over to this.
week?
I'm sorry.
Is James coming on the stream next week?
James and Sable.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. Both. That'll be awesome.
Both James and Sable next week. We'll be talking about From Where You Dream.
Ah, yes.
And then also Sable wants to talk about its relationship with the War of Art.
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
So we'll be talking about that. That will be next Tuesday.
Man, looking forward to it.
All right, everybody, please be here next Tuesday. Please do like the stream. Like I said, if you didn't catch this will be private on the Heath's Geekverse channel in a few minutes. Its permanent home will be over on the Table Talk, Deep Conversations in the Geekverse channel. I just posted a link to that. Have a wonderful evening, everybody.
All right, good night, guys.
Later.